before the nation. Tonight, after 52 years in public service, President Biden is set to deliver a far different speech than the one he thought he would be giving. But it's one he decided was necessary and in the best interest for the country. And many this week have their eyes on history. It's a glass ceiling Hillary Clinton hoped to shatter herself in 2016. She'll address the crowd in the 9 o'clock hour. Since the 2020 convention was virtual, this is really the first time that we're seeing this type of party for the Democrats since Clinton was the standard bearer back in 2016. I want to take a live look now at the convention hall as it begins to fill up behind me. Jamie Harrison, you see him there on the stage. The Democrats have promised a night and a week of surprises. At the RNC, we saw Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan. Many are wondering who will make an appearance tonight and throughout the week. And outside the convention hall, we are following protests over the administration's stance on the Israel-Hamas war. After a day of mostly peaceful protests late this afternoon, some demonstrators managed to breach the convention's hard security zone. Many will remember Chicago played host to a convention under similar circumstances back in 1968 during the Vietnam War, where protests were a major factor. But Democrats here tonight remain hopeful, touting a message of unity with the theme for tonight, for the people. Our entire Powerhouse political team will break it all down for us, but we do begin with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Tonight, President Biden landing in Chicago, surveying the stage as he prepares to give a convention speech like no other. A message very different from the one he'd planned to deliver just 1 month ago. Biden hoping to cement his legacy by urging America to vote not for him, but for his vice president, Kamala Harris.
Are you ready to pass the torch, sir? I am.
The moment for Biden bittersweet. Democrats here eager to pay tribute, but also newly energized by their new nominee. Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, setting the tone.
We get an opportunity tonight to say a thank you to the best president of my life.
The Democratic ticket arriving in Chicago fresh off a weekend bus tour through battleground Pennsylvania.
You know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. When you stand for working people, you fight for working people.
Stopping by the local campaign office to work the phones.
How you doing, Hannah?
Harris now putting the finishing touches on her own acceptance speech.
Yeah, it's almost done. I mean, there's some little tweaks, and I'm gonna, work on it probably starting tomorrow for the next couple of days. But it's coming along. I feel good about it.
But tonight belongs to Joe Biden, and Harris will be there in the hall to watch the president pass her the torch.
Mary Bruce joins us now from the convention floor. Mary, former Secretary of State and presidential candidate Hillary Clinton will take to the stage tonight before President Biden. What kind of message can we expect from her?
Well, Linsey, of course, the president is passing the torch and the baton to Kamala Harris, but so too is Hillary Clinton. Of course, we all remember when she took the convention stage back in 2016, becoming the first woman to accept the nomination from a major party, and now a second chance of sorts. Tonight, Hillary Clinton will be lending her support to Kamala Harris, hoping to finally see a woman in the White House, Linsey.
And Mary, of course, just a month ago, Democrats were planning this convention, believing that President Biden would be seeking a second term. And I do want to give a quick nod to Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who's addressing those who are assembled here today. But now with Kamala Harris as the nominee, how has that changed the convention itself?
I mean, Linsey, these conventions take years of detailed planning, and in just a month, they have essentially had to rip up the script. This is going to be a very different feeling, a different vibe, different rundown, different speakers, different celebrity appearances. They had to really rip up the script and start all from scratch. Some things, though, of course, are remaining the same. But one big thing, Linsey, is the party platform. That will be formally adopted here this week. It includes no less than 20 references to a Joe Biden second term. So not enough time to change everything, Linsey.
All right, Mary Bruce, our thanks to you. All week long, former President Trump plans a busy schedule of campaign events in battleground states, and today he was in York, Pennsylvania, and continued to paint a dire portrait of Kamala Harris' victory, warning that she is waging a war on energy and will lead America toward an economic collapse. Trump himself tonight still facing criticism after calling the Civilian Medal of Freedom, quote, much better than the medal reserved for America's greatest war heroes. Here's Rachel Scott.
Tonight, Donald Trump trying to counter-program the Democratic National Convention, traveling to 4 battleground states this week, starting with all-important Pennsylvania. The former president visiting a manufacturing plant, hammering Democrats on the economy.
Kamala Harris is an economy wrecker and a country destroyer. Our country will be destroyed if she gets in.
Trump also taking a shot at Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who has called the Republican ticket just plain weird.
He said, we're weird. That JD and I are weird. I think we're extremely normal people. Like you, exactly like. He's weird. Did you ever see him go on the stage and go like crazy? It's like between his movement and her laugh, there's a lot of craziness. I'd say a step further than weird. Weird is a nice word by comparison.
Some top Republicans have urged Trump to lay off the personal attacks on Harris, but he has said he's entitled to do it, over the weekend saying this about her appearance.
I am much better looking than her. I think I'm much better. Much better. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. No, I couldn't believe it. She said, you know, I had never heard that one. They said, no, her biggest advantage is that she's a beautiful woman. I'm going, huh. I never thought of that. I'm better looking than she is.
And tonight, Trump's still facing criticism after calling the nation's highest civilian honor, the Medal of Freedom, quote, much better than the Medal of Honor, which is reserved for America's greatest war heroes. Trump was addressing Republican mega donor Miriam Adelson, who he awarded the Medal of Freedom when he was in office.
We gave Miriam the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the highest award you can get as a civilian. It's the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor, but civilian version. It's actually much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets, or they're dead. She gets it, and she's a healthy, beautiful woman.
The head of Veterans of Foreign Affairs saying these asinine comments not only diminish the significance of our nation's highest award for valor, but also crassly characterizes the sacrifices of those who have risked their lives above and beyond the call of duty. Over the weekend, Trump tried to clean up his comments in an interview with a local Pennsylvania television station.
I only heard, when I say better, I would rather in a certain way get it, because people that get the Congressional Medal of Honor, which I've given to many, are often horribly wounded or dead. They're often dead. They get it posthumously. And when you get the Congressional Medal of Honor, I always consider that to be the ultimate, but it is a painful thing to get it.
And Rachel Scott joins us now from the floor. Rachel, breaking news just a short while ago, top intelligence officials gave information regarding Iran and both presidential campaigns. Tell us what you know.
Yes, Lindsay, this news is just coming in tonight. Top U.S. intelligence officials have concluded that Iran attempted to hack into the presidential campaigns of both parties, saying this was all an effort to try to interference and influence the upcoming November election. Now, tonight it is unclear what, if any, information was obtained, but those top U.S. intelligence officials making it absolutely clear they will not tolerate any foreign interference in our elections, Lindsay.
And Rachel, we do expect to see the Reverend Jesse Jackson on stage any moment. Jackson, of course, sought the Democratic presidential nomination in 1984, again in 1988. Tell us about the significance of having him here on the stage.
So much significance, especially here in Chicago. Reverend Jackson founded the Rainbow Push Coalition. He was a prodigy of Martin Luther King Jr. and really carried forward the torch of the civil rights movement. You talk to any Democrat here, including Senator Bernie Sanders, who has said outright there would be no Barack Obama, there would be no Kamala Harris if it was not for Jackson. And so many pointing to that speech just about 30 years ago, 1988. And I want to read to you what he said, Lindsay. He said, "You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but you just know that you are qualified. You got to hold on and hold out. We must never surrender." He went on to say, keep hope alive, keep hope alive. So many Democrats, so many delegates here on the DNC floor tonight repeating those words to keep hope alive, Lindsay.
Of course, he made that quote famous years ago, still resonates today. Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. ABC News Washington Bureau Chief and Political Director Rick Klein joins us now. Rick, thank you so much for joining us. Give us a sense, day one, the mood here in Chicago inside the auditorium, how it's different from what we saw at the RNC.
It's actually similar in a lot of ways in that people are excited. People think they're going to win. I talked to one Democratic strategist that I've known for 2 decades, and she said, you know what? this might be a blowout. What's funny about that? That's what Republicans were telling me about a month ago, or a little more than that, when we had the Republican convention in Milwaukee. So all of that really is a direct result of the change at the top of the ticket. We've had a huge shift in the vibes, the feel around everything. Democrats are excited about being excited about someone and something. And Harris has injected life into this room, into this party. I've had a lot of conversations imagining the alternative world right now where Joe Biden is accepting the nomination in a few days. It would be an entirely different scene. They know the polls. They know the reality. Now it's much more of a celebration.
Of course, not far from here, there's a building that says Trump outside, and Democrats have flashed on their messaging that says Project 2025 headquarters. Let's talk about the significance of, and hold on, I believe that Jesse Jackson is about to come out on the stage. We'll wait, and I'll continue this question with you for a moment, but talk to us about the role that Project 2025 is playing here for DNC.
Well, the Democrats want to make Project 2025 famous. Trump has essentially disavowed it, despite having a lot of ties to it, and they've spent a lot of money, the Democrats have, trying to tell people, look, this is what Trump has said he would do. Here's the policy, here are the things that he would do as president, and they want that to be something that people use as shorthand for what they view as an extremist agenda that he would push in a potential second term.
And with regard to economy, of course, we've seen a number of polls where Kamala Harris is actually starting to gain some ground in battleground states. But when it comes to economy, that seems to be where Trump still overwhelmingly has the advantage. What kind of hill does Kamala Harris have to climb when it comes to the economy?
Yeah,
and
our poll with the Washington Post and Ipsos said that's the #1 issue on people's minds. The economy, inflation, this is the pocketbook issues that tend to define elections. And yes, it's a strong Trump advantage. He is trusted more than Harris. Interestingly, not all people associate Harris with the Biden economy. That's an opportunity, I think, for her to offer some differences. Bidenomics is not a term you're going to hear at all this week, but the Trump people have pointed out, look, the platform the Democrats are approving, it says Biden second term all over it. Democrats didn't have time to change it. So it says that literally this is a Biden second term. That's a problem for a lot of people's perceptions. Despite the numbers, people haven't felt it in the economy. I'm interested to see how Harris telegraphs it. It's an issue she's talked about for years, about the middle class, and she talks about it in a different way than Joe Biden. And I think it's a critical difference as people trying to relate to that, to the potential of her presidency.
And talk about that way she's actually using different terms like investing in families.
Yeah, I think that's a difference. Biden talks about it like a lot of union language, and he talks about investing in the middle class from the bottom up and the middle out, which is an interesting turn of phrase. It's not something you're going to hear from Kamala Harris. Families and how people live their lives, I think that's going to be a bigger thing. She talked about price gouging, trying to crack down on people that are overcharging for things. People can relate to that, whether or not it's a practical solution. People feel it in a different way.
Of course, 1968, a lot of similarities in that's the last time Chicago hosted the DNC, and protests really overshadowed with regard to a war. How much of a concern do you think there is about the protesters who, in particular, didn't like the way or do not like the way that the Biden-Harris administration is handling Israel and
There's
Moscow?
two big concerns, I think, for Democrats. One is that things outside get so out of hand that you do remember the violence of 1968, where the police almost seemed gleeful about cracking down on protests. The other concern is what happens behind us. Are there delegates or invited guests here to try to disrupt the proceedings? Of course, there were people that were elected saying they were uncommitted. Often because of the Israel-Gaza issue was the thing that motivated them to run, even though Biden didn't have major opposition. That is a lot different now that Biden is at the top of the ticket, but it's still a concern. It's still a possibility that people try something organized that just distracts from the message, either during President Biden's speech tonight or something else over the next couple of days.
I know in addition to your political hat, you're also a bit of a historian as well. When it comes to 1968, another similarity is that you had a president who's announced publicly before the convention, I'm not going to be seeking a second term. But very different outcome with regard to the infighting and chaos, really the Democratic Party tearing itself apart in 1968. It seems to be quite a difference here.
Yes, and it was not a foregone conclusion that Kamala Harris would be able to lock down the Democratic nomination with as little opposition as she had. Her team worked like a machine to lock it down, to make it happen. This could be a chaotic convention, and it won't be.
Okay, I'm going to pause so we can take a listen to Jesse Jackson, who is taking to the stage. 82 years old, civil rights leader, politician, Baptist minister, protege of Martin Luther King Jr. You can see him there waving, getting a very warm reception, actually a standing ovation by the delegates and those who are congregating inside the room. Some people, you see that lady there covering her heart in reaction to him raising his hand. Of course, you see Reverend Al Sharpton just over his shoulder. As we mentioned before, Jackson sought the Democratic presidential nomination back in 1984 as well as 1988. Made that saying famous, "Keep hope alive." Retired just last summer from the Chicago-based Rainbow Push Coalition. Of course, Chicago resident here. Some tearful, as you say, a lot of emotion in the room, reacting to see Jesse Jackson as he blows a kiss there. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease back in 2015. Rousing response. You can see it on people's faces, the young and old, reacting to Jesse Jackson there. Rick, quite an emotional moment.
Well, this is what makes convention special. And you mentioned Chicago. Of course, that's the political base, the hometown of Jesse Jackson, his son, who's now a member of Congress from Chicago, also the hometown of Barack Obama. And that's a special tie because you can draw a line from Jesse Jackson through Barack Obama to Kamala Harris. The barriers broken by candidacies, by presidencies, important recognition of history, and these delegates love that moment.
Not lost on them at all. Rick Klein, so appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And as we've been mentioning, this has been a race to get the Harris campaign launched in just under a month, 29 days. We spoke earlier with the co-chair of the Harris-Walz campaign, Cedric Richmond, on what this whirlwind month has been like. Thank you so much for joining us. Just give us a sense. I mean, there's got to be whiplash. 29 days since Joe Biden made that earth-shattering decision that he was going to step aside. Feels like there was a lot of angst and chaos initially, but the Democratic Party really has united in a relatively short period of time. Give us a sense of what your biggest challenge has been in the last month.
Well, we had to build a campaign, and a campaign centered around Vice President Harris. So, of course, she had to pick a vice president, our running mate, and we had to develop a staff, mix two campaigns, which was the Biden campaign, of course, and now the Harris campaign, senior advisors, co-chairs, all of those things. But it's with a common purpose. So it was really relatively easy to do because everyone still has the same North Star, and that is to put people first and make sure that Donald Trump is never back in the White House. So it was daunting, but it was something that we were able to do.
Of course, it's been a really short timeline. As you're probably aware, critics have suggested, hey, where is the policy section on the website? How long will that take? When can people expect it?
Well, she's announcing policy often, and she just did it in North Carolina to talk about the economy. But what I think that people have to understand is that she is very thoughtful, she's very methodical, and she wants to get it right. And so while she is still picking a running mate, still developing a campaign staff, still going out and doing rallies, and still doing her duties as vice president, she actually reads her briefing books. She actually does the work of a vice president. So she will continue to do that, but she also understands that she owes it to the American people to put her platform forward, and you'll see her continue to do that.
And will that be primarily during this convention this week, or when can Americans see her speak on policies beyond when she revealed her economic policy last week? But there have been a number of areas where she has flip-flopped. For example, death penalty, fracking, health care. As far as Americans hearing her express what she stands for, when can we expect that?
She's going to do it soon. And, I mean, the press, of course, likes to categorize it as flip-flopping, but I think we have to acknowledge that the landscape has changed. And so, for example, she's been in the White House for 3.5 years. For example, the economy and the environment is not the same as it was when they were running 4 years ago. And you have to take into account the accomplishments. You have to take into account the changes. And she's doing that, especially in health care. Now, you have more Americans covered with health care than ever before, paying less than they've paid. And so as you formulate your vision for the next phase or the next administration, you take those things into account, and you'll see her roll those out.
When was the last time you've gotten a chance to speak with President Biden, and can you give us any hint of what we might be able to expect in his speech tonight?
Well, I had lunch with him on Tuesday down in New Orleans. where he's still working as president to do those big things. So he was pushing cancer moonshot and trying to end cancer as we know it and save lives. I think tonight what you'll hear from him is he'll, of course, remind people what he inherited 3.5 years ago, which was 54% of schools closed, millions of Americans unemployed, businesses shut down, and the economy in the tank. And I think he'll talk about his successes. It's never been about Joe Biden. When he came off the sidelines to run for president, it's not because he just had the overwhelming desire that he had to do it. It was, we have to stop Donald Trump or America will never be what it was, and it'll never live up to its full potential. So he always puts country first, and I think that his act of passing the baton was him again putting country first, saying, I'm going to defer to new leadership. I'm going to defer to change. And Donald Trump never, ever should be in the Oval Office again. America won't survive it. I'm going to put my ego aside and put the country first. And so I hope a little bit of that comes out.
You mentioned passing the baton, and of course, I imagine much of this convention will be about looking forward. I am curious, you have been a fierce defender of President Biden right down to the last hour before he made his decision to step aside. I am curious if there is any regret, any second thinking with regard to waiting for so long for him to ultimately make that decision, when you had, for even years, of Democrats suggesting, based on the polls anyway, that they felt that Joe Biden was too old. They were kind of ringing that alarm bell well in advance of that debate in June.
No, absolutely no regret. I think that I served with President Biden. I consider him a friend. I see how effective he is. I see what he's doing. We see it every day that he's still leading the free world. And so I still have confidence that he could have governed for another 4 years. But then the question becomes, what's important to the country? How important is it for President Biden to fight Democrats and Republicans to win? Or do you put the country first and say, hey, let's heal this country. Let's unite this party.
I thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. And joining us now is senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. Selena, good to be with you here. So in just a few hours, we're expecting Joe Biden to step up to that podium. We touched on this a little bit with Mary Bruce, but what do you expect to hear from him tonight?
Yeah, Lindsay, great to be with you. So President Biden, he really has two main goals with this speech. First of all, he wants to cement his legacy. He wants to talk about his historic achievements when it comes to his legislative achievements, the investments in infrastructure, the bounce back in the economy after COVID. But the second part of cementing his legacy is ensuring that Vice President Harris wins the White House. He's going to have a full-throttled endorsement of Harris and why the American public needs to support her. But this is going to be emotional for the president. This is going to be bittersweet. This is a job that he has wanted for his entire life. He has more than 50 years in politics, and at really the last moment, it was sort of taken away from him. And he said before in his own words that he didn't step aside because he wanted to. It was to preserve party unity. So for President Biden, it's going to be wistful, it's going to be nostalgic, but really at the end of the day, to make it all worth it, he wants to make sure that Vice President Harris wins.
And so I would imagine that we might expect a little bit of a delicate dance, because as much as it's kind of a swan song for him, a celebration of his accomplishments and what his administration has been able to do for the people, which is tonight's theme, it's also forward-looking and turning the page and kind of passing that baton to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, exactly. And that delicate dance will be the hardest for Vice President Harris herself, because when she takes that stage, she needs to both honor President Biden's legacy and achievements and what she's achieved as his vice president, but she also needs to distance herself in a way, because this is such an important platform for her to define herself to the American people. There are still so many Americans who don't really know where she stands on the issues. And I think that her speech is really going to be forward-looking. She's going to say, this is what we've done, but this is what I see that's ahead of us. Roaming the convention floor, talking to delegates, what they see now is hope and joy, and that's something that she's going to want to continue to channel as this change-maker candidate. That's really what she wants to position herself as.
Of course, we're expecting to see the vice president and also Governor Walz here inside the convention center tonight. But at the same time, she's not resting on laurels, enjoying and celebrating. She's back to the campaign trail tomorrow.
I know, it's hard to believe, but during the Democratic National Convention, she's actually going to step away for a bit. She's going to Milwaukee tomorrow, which is obviously not far away. That's in a critical battleground state. And she's going to hold a rally in the exact same place where Donald Trump accepted the nomination for the RNC. So it's going to be this rousing crowd, thousands of people. She's going to show all the energy she has. And this is something that only a confident candidate would do, to show that during the DNC, she can hold a rally with thousands of people nearby, but she will, of course, be coming back to Chicago. But it also shows that she still believes she's an underdog in this race and that there's a lot of work to do. It's still going to be a tight race, even though she's gaining ground in the polls.
Not taking anything for granted.
Exactly.
Selena Wang, our thanks to you as always. And as I mentioned off the top of the show, tens of thousands of protesters are here in Chicago as well. And just a short time ago, some managed to break through a barrier that were set up by police. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is outside of the hall. Matt, how's the situation now compared to about 90 minutes ago?
It's completely different, Lindsay, and you can see the park behind us has been cleared. There were thousands of people here, and about an hour ago, 90 minutes ago, they had burst through the barricade, removed pieces of the barricade, poured into this buffer zone about 300 yards away from where you are, and I'm standing here with the superintendent of Chicago Police, Larry Snelling. When all of those protesters moved into that buffer zone, we saw that some of your officers were ready. What was going through your mind when you saw them pour in there?
Just to protect the city. Once they breached the fence, well, we knew that that was problematic. We had to put an end to it. And I've said all along, you know, as long as people are peacefully protesting, fine. But now when you start taking down fencing and you're trying to breach an area that's a matter of some serious national security, we want to make sure that they don't get beyond that point.
But they were shaking the fence on the other side. It looked like some of them were trying to get through, but there's no CS gas, there's no tear gas deployed. I didn't see any use of batons. There seemed to be some significant discipline on the part of police.
Listen, I've said it all along. I could not be more proud of the Chicago Police Department, the leadership team that you see here that led up the training for this event, and the way that these officers responded and the level of discipline that they showed. You know, we had people deploy pepper gas toward our officers, throw water on them, throw water bottles, sticks, things of that nature, and they were continuously trying to take down the fence, and our officers responded as professionally as we trained them to.
Do you expect more of that this week?
We don't know what to expect, but what I do know and what I do expect is our officers to respond exactly the way that they responded today, professionally, quickly, and effectively.
How many arrests were made?
I'll have to get that number back to you. Because I don't have the exact count there right now, so I don't want to give you a bad number.
All right, thanks so much, Superintendent.
Right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I want to show you something, Lindsay, just before we leave here. The fence, this barricade, which is the hard perimeter of the DNC, is just there. You might be able to see it. It's that black steel caging. And what the protesters managed to do, and I'm not quite sure how, is remove the braces from it and lift it up, placing them down on the ground, and then they poured into this buffer zone. And I'm going to have our cameraman Juan wheel around here so you can see how close we are to the United Center where you are. And they were shaking the fence on the other side where you see those officers. There were probably about 100 or so people in this buffer zone area, and then police over the course of about half an hour pushed them back out through the breaches into the park where we just were, and then out of the park in a very slow and methodical manner. We did see some arrests, but no serious violence, at least that we were aware of, Lindsay.
And Matt, just before I let you go, what are the protesters demanding?
They have been demanding, first of all, they've been saying and equating President Biden with Vice President Harris, saying the policies of the Democratic Party are the same. They are to support Israel. They've been calling for an immediate ceasefire and calling for the U.S. to impose an arms embargo on Israel. Obviously, that is not something that the Democratic Party is likely to embrace as a platform right now, but that is at least what the bulk of these protesters have been calling for. And this was one of 34 actions that are set to take place this week. It's considered to be one of the biggest ones. The next major protest is going to take place on Thursday, Lindsay, also in this area just north of the United Center. Lindsay.
Of course, Thursday night, the night that Kamala Harris is going to take the stage here. Matt Gutman, our thanks to you. And we still have much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. Vice President Kamala Harris will accept the nomination this week. How former President Trump is countering her unprecedented campaign. That's up next, as well as more analysis and coverage of the day's events as we are live here in Chicago at day one of the Democratic National Convention. Stay with us.
Baywatch is a fantasy.
Baywatch was sexy.
Baywatch was the #1 show in the world. When you hear that theme song,
I had no idea how much fun I was going to have.
It was addicting. People were just eating that stuff alive.
it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick. Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Pamela was the sweet girl from Canada who came to get the American dream.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
It was a lot of pressure.
Everybody was disposable, and if you didn't fit into their brand, you were gone.
Greed and lust, fame.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
ABC News Live, honored with 8 Emmy nominations, more than any other streaming news network. And ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis, the first and only streaming show nominated for Best Outstanding Live News Program. This is ABC News Live. Now streaming on Hulu.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
John Bon Jovi. The new special, what you have not yet seen. John Bon Jovi with Michael Strahan. Now streaming on Hulu.
Stefan Bourgoin was this titan of the true crime industry.
But the story was never consistent.
All these fans were combing through his stuff. His career is built on lies.
It is unfolding in front of us.
Is it dangerous?
I needed to hear what he had to say about it all. Am I about to step into this chamber of horrors?
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking.
My stomach just dropped.
He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985, I think we could have.
Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the Democratic National Convention. Since Vice President Harris replaced President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket, she has received a groundswell of support, record-breaking donations, and favorable poll numbers. All this enthusiasm seems to have put her opponent back on his heels, and former President Trump's response to the Democrats' momentum shift has him trying a different strategy. Mary Alice Parks has this report on where we find ourselves now and where the campaign can turn into the future.
With overwhelming support from her party.
Good evening, Philadelphia, Wisconsin, Troy, Nevada.
Vice President Kamala Harris is heading into her party's convention with political wins at her back. And with her new running mate by her side, the Harris-Walz ticket is hoping to energize younger and female voters who have in the past been put off by former President Donald Trump.
So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
From day one of her new candidacy, the vice president facing personal attacks from her opponent, Donald Trump, based on her race and gender. The former president going so far as to say she did not deserve her job and questioning her abilities on the world stage.
Look at her I think they'll walk all over her. She'll be so easy for them. She'll be like a play toy. We lose the whole thing and our country goes to hell. We can't have her be president of the United States. She's grossly incompetent. She doesn't know how to do a news conference. She's not smart enough to do a news conference.
Some Republicans on Capitol Hill calling Harris a, quote, DEI pick, using the term in a derogatory way to say she did not earn her place in the White House. Trump shrugged in agreement.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some Republicans
really don't
have said?
know. I mean, I really don't know. Could be.
At the same event, even bringing up Harris's biracial identity.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She is always identified as a black woman. She went to a historically black college.
I respect either one.
Harris is only the second woman in U.S. history to be a major party presidential nominee. The question now, will that change how Trump campaigns against her and prove to be a unique challenge for him?
I think I'm entitled to personal attacks. I don't have a lot of respect for her. I don't have a lot of respect for her intelligence, and I think she'll be a terrible president. She certainly attacks me personally. She actually called me weird. He's weird.
Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and their allies are out there resorting to sexist, racist tropes. This is their playbook, and they do it because they're desperate. They are terrified. This swing state poll shows Harris with a double-digit lead over Trump when asked about candidate temperament. If those attacks are seen as over the top, he could play into those voters' worst fears about him.
Trump's political MO has always been the fact that he's not a politician. That in some ways he's more of a P.T. Barnum, he's an entertainer than he is a political figure. So when he goes off script, I think many of his core fans love that.
Trump's first campaign in 2016 was plagued with accusations of sexism and sexual misconduct. This Access Hollywood video where the former president bragged about using his celebrity to improperly touch women, shocking the race just a month before voters went to the polls.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the you can do anything.
Trump later dismissing those misconduct claims, saying,
This was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it.
As a candidate that cycle, Trump continued to make incendiary comments.
You know, you could see there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
He's going to solve it.
And there was this infamous moment, crossing the debate stage, towering over Clinton and lobbing insults.
What we want to do is to replenish the Social Security Trust Fund.
Clinton firing back.
He sure has spent a lot of time demeaning, degrading, insulting, and assaulting women.
Fast forward to this year. Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, taking heat for how he has talked about women, too.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable, too.
Senator Vance recently defending his comments, saying,
What I said is very simple. I think American families are good, and government policy should be more pro-family.
It's important that Trump won't win the election unless he is able to fix some of the problems he's had with women voters, primarily college-educated women living in the suburbs. That's why J.D. Vance's comments about the childless cat ladies, I think, put a dent in the Trump campaign.
At the Republican National Convention, former staff and family members working overtime to show a different side of Trump, a family man.
I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump, but when I look at Donald Trump, I see a wonderful father, father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my 2 young children.
Our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job.
Now it's Democrats' turn to showcase their candidate.
She's a fighter for the people. She is an incredible litigator. We have a prosecutor running against a convicted felon. That is not a good setup for Donald Trump.
They tell us they are confident Trump's attacks will backfire, and Harris's record will help her ride this wave of momentum.
All right, thanks to Mary Alice Parks for that. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. Tonight's keynote speaker, President Joe Biden, who will pass the torch along to Vice President Kamala Harris. His legacy will be a centerpiece of the night, a career in politics that includes him receiving the most votes ever cast for a presidential candidate in 2020. Before we had to break, a look back at 4 years ago when he accepted the nomination.
United, we can and will overcome this season of darkness in America. We'll choose hope over fear, facts over fiction, fairness over privilege. I'm a proud Democrat, and I'll be proud to carry the banner of our party into the general election. So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
She went to meet her mom at a bowling church league, but she never makes it into the bowling alley. My gut knew this was not a young girl who just ran away.
New information, pools of blood were found by detectives.
I'd just love to have her back more than anything in the world.
It is a heart-wrenching day for the family of Melissa Witt.
Police found the body in the Ozark National Forest.
You had several suspects.
All these kinds of leads.
A known serial killer in your area. Could he be involved?
We're actually finding key evidence that could have slipped through the cracks.
You're looking for that game-changing piece.
Her last hours on this earth were probably the most horrific a person can experience.
This beautiful young girl. Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, the hunt for a killer, only on Hulu.
I've covered so many stories, hundreds of them, but this one really stuck with me.
Everybody's jaw dropped. No one really believed he was responsible.
I did not kill Devin. I've never forgotten my interview with Anthony. I speak with him again as a grown man. Why have you decided to talk about this?
I kept saying, it's not done. There's still an unsolved murder here.
The 2020 True Crime Event Special, Friday night at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Welcome back to day one of the DNC. The primetime speeches kicked off just a few minutes ago with the likes of Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Jesse Jackson, Senator Dick Durbin, and more taking to the stage. Some 50,000 people have descended onto Chicago to take part in this week's event, with thousands of those delegates on the convention floor. They were just chanting, "We're not going back." That is where we find our Jay O'Brien. And Jay, what are you hearing from the delegates there now cheering on a new nominee just 29 days after Joe Biden stepped aside?
Exactly right, Lindsay. And I've heard from Democrats who say that they believe there is this new feeling of momentum in the party, that this would have been a very much different convention if President Biden hadn't stepped aside less than a month ago. I want to take you over here to Congressman Tom Suozzi, Democrat of New York. Actually, forgive me. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, forgive me. I'm just going to come over here. Pardon me, guys. Excuse me. I'm just going to come right in here. Senator Gillibrand. Forgive my interruption. I'm Jay O'Brien. We're live on ABC News. Can I ask you a very quick question?
Sure.
I've heard from a number of Democrats who say they believe this is a much different convention than if Joe Biden had been the nominee, that there was a sense of momentum that just wasn't there for the Biden-Harris ticket. Do you agree with that?
I think there's so much excitement around this ticket, and it's driving volunteers, it's driving voter turnout, it's driving activism on a level that we didn't expect, and it's exciting. And I think it's because in Kamala Harris, you're seeing a different group of people who want to get involved. Perhaps more women, perhaps more people of color, perhaps more young people. And that momentum is exciting. And I've seen it in New York. I've seen it in our polling. People are getting off the sidelines, getting into the game, getting excited about these local House races. We can flip the House through New York. I've been working on a coordinated campaign with Hakeem Jeffries, with Governor Hochul, to flip the majority of the House of Representatives through the 5 House seats we lost last cycle.
Very quickly, before I let you go, the Senate up for grabs in this election. Do you believe a Harris-Walz ticket makes it easier to hold on to the Senate for Democrats?
I think it's exciting. I think the fact that the Harris walls. Momentum is affecting lots of purple and red places differently than we expected. It's just changing the whole map. And so I think we're seeing better returns everywhere, and I think we're seeing more engagement, and I'm excited about it.
Thank you very much, Senator. Lindsey, we'll send it back to you. Senator Jill O'Brien of New York.
Jay O'Brien, we appreciate your reporting. Excuse me, Senator. Let's get those answers to the questions, the important questions that people want to know. Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you as always. So from the DNC floor to a closer look at polling leading up to this moment. For that, we welcome 538's Galen Drew. Galen, thank you so much for joining us. So much of the campaign trail, as you know, has centered on those all-important battleground states. So tell us, how do Vice President Harris and former President Trump fare in those at this point?
Yeah, Lindsey, absolutely. Right now, according to 538's national average, Harris leads Trump by about 3 percentage points. And when you look in the northern battleground states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, her lead over Trump there is pretty similar to where it is nationally. When you move south and look at the southern battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona, we see a race that is basically dead even. Harris and Trump are within a point of each other. And that is really a turnaround from where things were just a month ago. When Biden dropped out of the race, he was trailing Trump by 3 percentage points nationally. Similarly, in those northern battleground states, also trailing there. And in the southern battleground states across the Sun Belt, he was trailing Trump by about 6 percentage points. So this changeup, as we heard from the senator just now, has really shifted the race in Harris's direction.
And where do you stand when it comes to young voters?
Yeah, we also heard the senator mention young voters, and that has been a key area where we've seen some turnaround. So Biden won young voters in 2020 by about 25 percentage points, about how we would expect a Democrat to do with that group. But before he dropped out, he was polling amongst young folks, so 18 to 29-year-olds, at an advantage of less than 10 percentage points, in the single digits, and sometimes barely pulling even with Trump. What we see now is Harris has a similar advantage amongst young voters over Trump that Biden did back in 2020. So getting into the double digits, about a 20-point advantage over Trump with young voters. And, you know, it's interesting. We've also talked about some of the protesters out in front of the center earlier this evening. And so folks, I think, often assume that the #1 issue for young voters might be the conflict in the Middle East. We've seen so many protests on college campuses, for example. But the Harvard Youth Poll actually asked the most important issues for young voters. And they ranked inflation, housing, healthcare, and gun violence in exactly that order. And the conflict in the Middle East was amongst the least important to them. And if you pay attention to how Harris has been campaigning so far, those issues that young voters are saying are really important to them, we've heard from Harris a lot, particularly gun violence. We've heard proposals on housing and health care as well.
All right, Galen Drew from 538. Appreciate you crunching the numbers for us as always. And we still have much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. A lot at stake, of course, tonight when President Biden delivers his speech. We'll speak to one of former President Obama's speechwriters about what we might be able to expect. Before we had to break, a look at former President Obama accepting the nomination back in 2008.
America, we cannot turn back. We cannot walk alone. At this moment, in this election, we must pledge once more to march into the future. Let us keep that promise, that American promise. And in the words of Scripture, hold firmly, without wavering, to the hope that we confess. I accept your nomination for presidency of the United States.
There was a specific moment during our wedding. I looked at Jason and I realized this was real. This was our family.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it and I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry.
She put her hand to her mouth and gasped.
Jason would kill me before he would let me tell anyone this part of him. He's in so much freaking trouble. I remember just feeling like, what the hell? That was my dad. What is going on? That's when that fire inside of me shifted to like a flame. I was like, it's on. Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome. He didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, a father's secret. The all-new season, only on Hulu.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
Something terrible had happened to her.
You had several suspects.
All these kinds of leads.
A known serial killer in your area. Could he be involved?
We're actually finding key evidence that could have slipped through the cracks.
Her last hours on this earth were horrific.
This beautiful young girl. Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, the hunt for a killer, only on Hulu.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. 1985? I think we could have.
Stéphane Bourgoin was this titan of the true crime industry.
But the story was never consistent.
All these fans were combing through his stuff. His career is built on lies.
It is unfolding in front of us.
Is it dangerous?
I needed to hear what he had to say about it all. Am I about to step into this chamber of horrors?
With so much at stake in our world right now, more Americans turn here to David than anywhere else. And now, America's most trusted, most watched newscast, ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir, is available to you on YouTube.
GMA surprised people across the country, helping find thousands in unclaimed money.
This really is a big check.
And this summer, we're at it again. That's incredible. Because nothing's better than hearing you say,
Show me the money!
On Good Morning America.
Welcome back, everyone. We're live at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago as the first night gets underway. A long list of speakers, and it's all leading up to President Biden taking the stage tonight. And we're joined now by Terry Sue Platt, who was one of President Obama's longest-serving speechwriters and is also the author of the upcoming book, Say It Well, Find Your Voice, Speak Your Mind, Inspire Any Audience. Terry, thank you for coming on the show. Of course, you wrote hundreds of speeches for President Obama, but this is truly another unprecedented moment. What can we expect, do you think, in President Biden's speech tonight?
Well, I think I would expect that first and foremost he's going to celebrate and reflect on the achievements that he's had. It's been a historic presidency, but I would assume that most of his remarks, I mean, we're here to elect the next president of the United States, a full-throated endorsement and support for Kamala Harris. And I think one of the things he can do is really take us into the room and show us what she's like as a leader when the cameras aren't there, how she's helped him guide the nation through some unprecedented times.
With the delicate nature of a transition like this, is there anything that you think that he should shy away from or maybe even be forceful about?
Well, again, I think, you can't ignore the elephant in the room. Obviously, this was not the circumstances that he wanted to be here under. But that gives him an opportunity, perhaps with some humor, to, acknowledge the situation. And again, really, embrace her and lift her up. In a way, this is his presidency coming full circle. He said he would be a transition candidate, a transition president. And this is the fulfillment of that promise. He did something historic, sort of coming out of retirement to defeat Donald Trump the first time. And now he's making another selfless act in order to defeat Donald Trump and keep the nation moving forward on a path of democracy. So I think there's tremendous opportunities for him tonight. I think the reception is going to be remarkable.
You also served on the speechwriting team for the DNC from 2004 to 2008. When it comes to other speakers who take the stage this week, what would you have made sure that they included in those speeches?
Yeah, so a convention is really one big speech over 4 days, and every speaker gets their own little piece of it. They get to sort of share their perspective on the nominee. And so particularly those speakers who know Kamala Harris as a friend as a colleague. I would really look for them to, again, bring us into the room, help the American people, who many of whom are still forming an impression of her, even though she's been vice president for a full term now. What is she like? What are her values? What motivates her? What is she like behind closed doors? Help the American people see her as the person that she is.
Terry Sue Blatt, we thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your insight and time.
Sure. Thank you.
Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. We'll be here in Chicago for all 4 nights of the Democratic National Convention live. We have our team of correspondents and experts breaking down the most notable moments of the day. And what's up next? A little DNC fact for you on the screen as we head to break.
Stephanopoulos was this titan of the true crime industry.
But the story was never consistent.
All these fans were combing through his stuff. His career is built on lies.
It is unfolding in front of us.
Is it dangerous?
I needed to hear what he had to say about it all. Am I about to step into this chamber of horrors?
Everybody's jaw dropped. No one believed he was responsible.
I did not kill Devin. I've never forgotten my interview with Anthony. Why have you decided to talk about this?
There's still an unsolved murder here.
2020, Friday night on ABC.
They call him the Beauty Queen Killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to join the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up.
Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer. Only on Hulu.
This week, behind the scenes of the DNC, President Biden and powerhouse headliners take the stage. Plus, the Gaza hostage and ceasefire talks. The final details on the table. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Baywatch is a fantasy.
Baywatch was sexy.
Baywatch was the #1 show in the world. When you hear that theme song,
I had no idea how much fun I was going to have.
It was addicting. People were just eating that stuff alive.
it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Pamela was this sweet girl from Canada who came to get the American dream.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
It was a lot of pressure.
Everybody was disposable, and if you didn't fit into their brand, you were gone.
Greed, lust, fame.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you?
I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985, I think we could have.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're live here at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And I want to go right to join Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who is speaking right now. Let's take a listen.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for her. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities. Fight to bring back American manufacturing. My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family's story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad, and because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to get by, but to get ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together. Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the
not just get by, but get ahead. That is what he says that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Again, 5-time Senator there, Dick Durbin. And I do want to say it has to be hard for many of you to believe that it has just been 29 days since Joe Biden decided to step aside, ushering in a set of circumstances never seen this close to an election in American history. Kamala Harris has frequently said on the trail, the baton is in our hands. Tonight, the last two nominees of the Democratic Party will take to this stage right behind me, handing off that baton before the nation. Tonight, after 52 years in public service, President Biden is set to deliver a far different speech than he thought he would be giving, but it's one he decided was necessary and in the best interest of his party and country. And many this week have their eyes on history. It's a glass ceiling Hillary Clinton hoped to shatter for herself in 2016. She'll address the crowd in the 9 o'clock hour. Our entire Powerhouse political team will break it all down for us, but first want to go back over to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, right out of the gate. And Rachel, we've been talking about how many political parties, they build around a theme every night, and the Democrats have titled today, For the People. Give us a sense of what For the People means.
Yeah, Lindsay, and you're really starting to feel the energy here on the floor, the volume starting to increase because this is a very packed crowd here. This is an opportunity for Vice President Kamala Harris to really lay out her vision here. And part of this is putting her own stamp on this convention, delivering her own vision for the country, and this basic idea that Democrats are pushing here of being for the people, representing all Americans. You're going to see that really ripple through the message tonight, even when something like abortion rights. We know that Harris has been the leading voice on that issue for the administration. We know 3 women are going to come forward tonight. They're going to talk about their stories in which they were denied emergency care, medical abortions in some cases. Many of those women saying tonight that they are speaking out because they believe that their future for reproductive health, women's rights, depends on whether or not Vice President Kamala Harris is ultimately elected to be president. So this is a message that we're going to hear kind of being echoed out all of the speeches tonight. And of course, all eyes are on that speech that President Biden will ultimately give, that passing of the torch to his own vice president, calling on this party, the Democratic Party, to rally behind her ahead of November, Lindsay.
And Representative Joyce Beatty on the stage right there, representative from Ohio. And Rachel, any minute now, we expect to hear from California Senator LaFonza Butler. She was chosen, of course, by Governor Newsom to take on the seat from Dianne Feinstein after she passed away last September. What is Kamala Harris's relationship with Butler?
Yeah, a very close one. Senator LaFonza Butler is part of the inner circle, Vice President Kamala Harris's inner circle. In fact, in recent interviews, she's talked about how they've traded advice to one another. They put in calls to one another, talking about their experience being black women, covering policy, also dipping into politics. Someone that that Senator Butler has actually leaned on, and now serving and in the interim, filling that seat that Senator Dianne Feinstein once had. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris that actually swore her in to this position as well. They have a very close relationship, Lindsay. She'll be speaking on the stage tonight very soon.
All right, Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. I want to go now to Zareen Shah, who's here in Chicago as well. And Zareen, you've been following Kamala Harris very closely for years now. You took a close look at the DNC speech that she gave back in 2012. What parallels do you see between that speech and the economic goals that she made just a few days ago with her very first policy proposal on economics last week?
Yeah, Lindsay, what I think is so interesting about that 2012 speech is she talks about the economy, she talks about the middle class. She had just been an AG for 2 years. You would think she would go hard at things like law enforcement, about being the biggest state's top cop, but she really goes hard on the economy. And that's exactly what she chose to go hard on a few days ago when she released her first policy proposal. And it's not just about the policy, Lindsay. She talks about her mother and the first house that she bought back when she gave that speech in 2012 at the DNC, and also at the speech that she gave just a few days ago. That's not a story that I've heard all too often, and so I thought it was interesting that it was in both of those speeches. But really quick on LaFonza Butler, because I know you're talking about how she's about to take the stage in just a little bit. Not only is she very close to Kamala Harris, she was a senior advisor on that 2020 campaign. She was one of the architects of that race, incredibly high up, a staffer who was a part of the consulting agency at that very time, in that moment.
And, of course, Hillary Clinton also expected to speak this evening. Of course, a very influential figure for women in the Democratic Party. What has Kamala Harris said about Hillary Clinton?
Lindsay, that is a really fascinating one. I mean, when you read the first few pages of Kamala Harris's book, you realize that her journey for president really started the moment that it was clear that Hillary Clinton's journey was over. Kamala Harris says that she wrote a draft of her speech that night when she was senator-elect, when she was about to take that stage to basically, enjoy those first moments of being senator-elect of California. She had to leave that draft behind, and she created a whole new one, basically, in just those minutes leading up to taking that stage. And I've spoken to staffers who were with her that very day, the day that Hillary Clinton lost, but the day that Kamala Harris won that Senate seat. And they say they were trying to get her off that stage really fast. They wanted to avoid reporter questions because they said the only question that they thought reporters would ask her is, will you run for president of the United States? Of course, now we know that answer.
We sure do. All right, Zareen Shah, our thanks to you. Joining us now on set, Michigan Governor, Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Thank you so much, Governor, for joining us. Really appreciate it. So 1 month ago, you were still suggesting and supporting Joe Biden for another term. Are you surprised at how quickly things have changed?
Well, you know what? We always knew that if a change was going to happen, it was going to come from President Biden. And ultimately, he did change his mind, and we pivoted really quickly to embrace his vice president. She's been by his side. She has been a loyal part of his administration. She's been a key part of why they've had so many victories, and knows how to step into the role and take us to the next chapter. And I'm really excited about it. I think Tim Walz is a fantastic running mate for her too.
You are one of a number of governors of party leaders who really stepped out and endorsed Kamala Harris right away, right on the heels of Joe Biden doing the same. Were you surprised at all about how quickly the party really coalesced around Kamala Harris? Because, of course, at first there was some concern about that.
Well, you know, it's a big tent, and there are lots of different vantage points and people that are part of this party. But I think we all recognize that Kamala Harris was in the best position to take the next step for us as a party. She's a great leader. She is proven. She knows how to get things done. And she's a normal human being. You know, she wasn't born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She has worked her way through life. She's attained and held a number of offices and shown how tough she is, and she is up to this moment. And I'm excited to be here. I brought my daughters with me because I think we are on the cusp of a big new chapter in this country, and it's exciting. You can feel it here.
And you mentioned Tim Walz and your support for him. We know that you took your name out of the running for that VP selection early on. But had you received the call, how would you have responded?
You know, I got to tell you, I've made a commitment to serve out my term in Michigan, and never for a second do I plan not to do exactly that. Tim Walz, Josh Shapiro, Kamala Harris had so many great people from whom she could choose her running mate. But at the end of the day, it's got to be someone she wants to run with. And so I would have been happy with any of those choices, but I think this is just a great ticket. These are regular, everyday people. They get it. They understand us. They see our lives, and they're going to focus every single day on how to make our lives better. And you contrast that with Donald Trump, who's in it for himself. I think that this is going to resonate with a lot of Americans.
There are many people who associate your state of Michigan with the uncommitted movement. Of course, we've seen a number of protesters here. How concerned are you with regard to not only the physical presence of the protesters here in Chicago, but also the ballot box in Michigan in particular come November?
Well, number one, there's always protests at conventions, and certainly it's robust, and we recognize it's important that people have their ability to speak out, and that's what people are doing. I also know that we are seeing a tremendous outpouring of energy and excitement about a Harris-Walz administration. We had a 15,000-person rally in Michigan 2 days after she announced her running mate. The other guy called it AI, but I was there. It was actually real people who are very excited about this, and so we have to earn the votes of every person. It means getting into the Jewish community, the Muslim community, the Arab community, the Palestinian community, all of whom call home in robust numbers, but all of whom are important. And there's good work to do here, but I'm optimistic.
As you know, former President Donald Trump is expected to go campaign in Howell, Michigan tomorrow. Many people are aware that a month ago in Howell, KKK protesters marched in the streets with the white robes on and suggested that they support Donald Trump. I'm curious if you make anything about that connection and him going in particular to Howell tomorrow.
Well, anyone who's doing a little bit of research might have said that's really a bad idea. Look at the optics. You're showing up where the KKK was just at the same time you're in Michigan. I mean, this is I think a troubling strategy that we see from the other side to divide us and to scare us and to stoke fear and anger. And contrast to what we're going to see here all week, this is a gathering of joyful, happy warriors. We are rolling up our sleeves. We're doing the work. We take no one and no vote for granted. But by the same token, we're not going to feed into the hatred and the otherism that we see routinely coming out of the Trump campaign.
In your book, True Gretch, and I want to quote, you say, you put on a leather jacket when you need true armor, and, quote, don't mess with the American women. We will fight back and we will win. You talked about bringing your daughters here. Do you think that women are key in Michigan for Kamala Harris winning?
No question. No question at all. We saw with our reproductive rights on the ballot 2 years ago, women would come to our events and say, I'm a Republican. I didn't vote for you, but I'm out knocking doors for you because you're the only one fighting for my rights. People who have been expecting these 50-year rights would always be there are now gone for our daughters across this country are engaged. And so I do think that the women's votes are going to be very important in every election, but especially this one, especially in this historic moment, too.
Each night we're going to be talking to a governor from a battleground state like Michigan. And I'm curious, for your state in particular, what do you think it's going to need? What do you think your voters need in order to get Kamala Harris and Tim Walz over the victory line?
Well, I think we show up. We do the work. We get into all 83 counties. We actually talk to voters, talk about the opportunity economy that Kamala Harris is addressing, saying every person deserves a path to prosperity, affordable housing, an affordable way to get skills so you can get to a good paying job. The growth in manufacturing, we are seeing that in Michigan. It would not have happened but for the Biden-Harris administration. The cars that used to sit on lots waiting for chips are now moving along the line because we're onshoring these supply chains. So I think that there are a lot of compelling things that Michiganders are going to resonate with us, but I'm not going to assume everyone knows this. We got to make sure that they appreciate what really is at stake here.
And lastly, before I let you go, wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask. I know this is all about Harris and Walz now, but down the future, have you ruled out ever running for president yourself?
You know what? I'm voting for Harris-Walz this year, and I'm planning to vote for him again in 4 years. So we'll talk about what happens in 8 years a while from now.
All right, Governor Whitmer, thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate you joining us. Throughout this week, former President Trump is rolling out his own counter-programming. For more on that, our Alex Brochet reports from York, Pennsylvania.
Hey, Linsey. So yes, former President Trump here in York, Pennsylvania, putting forth his economic plan for the country. And this kicks off a weeks-long worth of campaigning for the former president. He's going to be highlighting different economic or different policies in specific cities in battleground states across the country. And so today, the focus was on the economy. But two things struck me about his hours-long speech today. Number one, this was an intimate setting. It's not the normal Trump rally that we're used to. He spoke to a group of workers and a special select group of others here. And the other thing is that for the vast majority of this speech, Linsey, he remained on message. And that's something that certainly Republican strategists and some of his colleagues, Republican colleagues in Congress, have urged him to do in recent days. But things that he did not talk about, those controversial comments about the Presidential Medal of Freedom being equivalent to the Medal of Honor. He also did not address some of the criticisms that he's faced from local unions or big unions here, and many of those workers were represented by unions. Now, after today, we know that he heads to Detroit, and tomorrow he's going to be focusing in on crime and safety. Wednesday, the focus is national security, and Thursday he's wrapping his tour up in Arizona, talking about the border and immigration. Linsey?
All right, Alex Brachet for us. Thanks so much. ABC News investigative reporter Olivia Rubin joins us now. Olivia, what can you tell us about former President Trump as he tries to offer counter-programming really throughout the entirety of this DNC week?
Linsey, you just heard Alex lay out there what really is an aggressive push from the Trump campaign to get him into essentially every single battleground state that there is in 1 week. That's a bit unprecedented for the Trump campaign as they are trying to pick back up their campaign and counter the messaging coming out of Chicago and the DNC. And really the topics that they are focused on, Linsey, are so specific. Immigration, the economy, jobs, those are topics that they feel Donald Trump wins on, and they want to force to hold Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's feet to the fire to have to say their own policy positions on those subjects. So trying to highlight, really the word I'm hearing is contrast. Here about Donald Trump on immigration versus Kamala Harris on immigration. Donald Trump on the economy versus Kamala Harris on the economy. And it's something that they think could be potentially a winning message for him.
And Trump, of course, continues some personal attacks on Vice President Kamala Harris. Why is he saying that he continues to do this as other Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham are asking him to strictly focus on policy?
And it's remarkable, Linsey, because it's not just Lindsey Graham, Kellyanne Conway, Kevin McCarthy have been on the airwaves calling for more policy, less insults. But if you want to know why he is saying this, potentially look no further than Donald Trump, Linsey. Think about what he said at his own press conference this week on Thursday at Bedminster. He said he feels entitled to attack Kamala Harris and to insult her. He said she's not very smart. He doesn't have a lot of respect from her. And later on during that press conference, Linsey, he said something very telling. He said he has to do this his way. And that always is what we see Donald Trump continuing to do, Linsey.
All right, Olivia, thank you so much. I want to send us now to the floor live so you can hear Mayor Mayor Karen Bass, Mayor of Los Angeles.
Commitment to children. A belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are. Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead. Now, I know Kamala.
Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, there saying that her presence, as well as the vice president's now running for president, sends a message to little girls everywhere. Still much more to get to here on the special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. About 46,000 migrants have arrived here in Chicago since 2022, many brought from the border by the governor of Texas. The policies migrants in the city say could make the transition easier. That's up next, as well as more analysis and coverage of the day's events as we're live here in Chicago, day one of the Democratic National Convention. Stick with us.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready?
Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
They call him the beauty queen killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to enjoy the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer, only on Hulu.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
Something terrible had happened to her.
We're actually finding key evidence that could have slipped through the cracks.
Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, the hunt for a killer, only on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead! Tag on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
From the 2024 campaign trail in Erie, Pennsylvania, I'm Rachel Scott. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to day one of the DNC, the party faithful gathering here in Chicago as they look to amplify their message of their nominee Kamala Harris and her VP pick Governor Tim Walz. But it's the issue of immigration that is top of mind for millions of voters nationwide, particularly swing voters, which could decide this election in battleground states coast to coast. And it's that issue of immigration that is playing out in cities across the country. ABC's Alex Perez reports on the complex issue from right here in Chicago.
While millions of Americans battle the morning rush to get to work every day, for tens of thousands of migrant workers here in Chicago and across the country who don't have federal work permits, the start of the day also marks the start of their daily battle to find a job.
Aquí a Chicago llevo prácticamente como 6 meses de que llegué aquí.
This Venezuelan immigrant asked that we don't share his name. He's competing alongside other migrant workers from various countries, waiting in shopping areas like this, hoping to score a gig as a day laborer.
Migrante de Colombia, Perú, mucha gente de todas las razas que aquí somos como familia prácticamente. Aquí nos encontramos, aquí charlamos. Aquí de las 6 de la mañana nos vamos prácticamente ya a 7 de la noche, una esperanza, un trabajo, una mudanza, ¿me entiendes?
The men say the complicated and lengthy months-long process of seeking asylum and getting a work permit gives them few options to support themselves and their families.
Pues yo por el programa de asilo todavía no he aplicado porque mayormente no hemos tenido como la fuerza de requerimiento de pagar para sacar eso porque todo es un proceso, todo es dinero y uno Trabajando aquí, uno ya sustenta para comer, enviar a la familia, pagar riendo.
According to U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services, migrants have to wait 150 days after applying for asylum before they can apply for a work permit, which could take another several weeks after that to be granted. About 46,000 migrants have arrived here in the Windy City since 2022. Many bussed into town from the border by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. That surge straining resources.
They want to work, they want to support a family, they want to build a new life here. What we have seen with our new arrivals community is that because of the mixed status that they come with, the large majority do not have expedited work permits.
Chicago and several other Democrat-run cities now demanding the feds speed up the work permit process for asylum seekers.
Out of the 45,000 people who have arrived, I'll say probably 10%, if anything, have received work permits. I think we've seen, for instance, the lack of support that put people in poverty, unemployment, and that can change with a simple paper that can help people get back on their feet.
Sigcho Lopez is calling on leaders to develop programs like the Uniting for Ukraine humanitarian parole program that has brought Ukrainians fleeing war to Chicago and the U.S. Ukrainian immigrant Olha Svitarna is one of about 30,000 Ukrainians who have benefited from the program.
For anyone who arrives here from Ukraine, they arrive here unwillingly. They didn't plan it. They were not dreaming about it. They were saving their children and their lives.
She fled with her now 20-year-old son as Russia was dropping bombs on her country, leaving her husband, who stayed behind to defend Ukraine.
Ukrainian people are being bombed every day. So if you see your child under the bombs, you just grab it and try to move somewhere safe.
Under the program, Ukrainian migrants are immediately able to apply for a work permit, can access public benefits, and get other federal assistance. Olha now teaching English to other Ukrainians fleeing the war.
I was just talking to myself that I'm becoming useless. For me, for my son, like I cannot help anyone. So I just need to, like I said, just put yourself together, work.
That sense of accomplishment and gratitude is what Andre Gordillo believes every immigrant deserves. Gordillo helps lead New Vecinos, or New Neighbors, a program launched by New Life Centers providing shelter, services, and fresh food for migrants who may have nowhere else to turn.
We have seen a lot of folks from Africa, from Asia, Haitians. It's not just Central and South America, although the bulk of the people we serve are from Venezuela. We've seen folks from the Middle East. There's a lot of political upheaval all over the world, and folks are fleeing their home countries to America to find a better place to live.
The program also sometimes employs migrants once they've gotten their work permits, like Venezuelan Marcos Sanchez, who says he wants to offer the same help he received to others stuck waiting for permission to work.
Tener la oportunidad de trabajar para nosotros nos dignifica. Nosotros no es la intención de nosotros no es vivir de lo que otras personas nos pueden dar, sino al contrario, que nos den la oportunidad de trabajar para nosotros poder tener la posibilidad de tener una vida digna y poder ser útil, no solamente para nuestra familia, sino para la sociedad.
Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson and other big city mayors have repeatedly called on the White House to help expedite work permits for all asylum seekers.
From day one, I've said that the federal government has to do more. Look, Chicago is leaning in. We have borne the brunt of the responsibility here.
A senior Biden administration official telling ABC News, absent congressional action, this administration has led the largest expansion of lawful pathways in decades. Adding, we continue to work to find efficiencies and improvements across government, such as USCIS efforts to reduce work permit processing times from several months down to 30 days. In 2023, the White House also implemented a humanitarian program similar to Uniting for Ukraine that benefited migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. However, was put on hold by DHS.
There's groups who say, you know, let's close the borders, don't let people in, they're not American. What do you say to these people who don't understand what you're talking about.
There's no one single study that says that migration is bad for our economies. Quite the contrary. And we need to start telling our politicians to speak the truth, to speak with facts, and stop with the fear-mongering.
Until there is federal reform and faster access to those work permits, migrant workers will keep lining up wherever they can for an opportunity to build a better life.
Our thanks to Alex Perez for that. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. We're in Chicago as day one gets underway. While many are looking forward to President Biden's speech, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is also speaking tonight. She's the only other woman who's been in the position Kamala Harris is in now, preparing to accept the Democratic nomination for president. Here's a look at Clinton's speech in 2016.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history. It's not just a slogan for our campaign. It's a guiding principle for the country we've always been and the future we're going to build. And so, my friends, it is with humility, determination, and boundless confidence in America's promise that I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Stephan Bourgoin was this titan of the true crime industry.
But the story was never consistent.
All these fans were combing through his stuff. His career is built on lies.
It is unfolding in front of us.
Is it dangerous?
I needed to hear what he had to say about it all. Am I about to step into this chamber of horrors?
Baywatch is a fantasy.
When you hear that theme song, it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
I'm really sorry that article had to come out.
I just remember seeing that cover and thinking, oh. So I thought it might be interesting to try and contact everyone who is in the Brat Pack. You were not interested in talking about the Brat Pack. I turned everything down. How come you're talking to me? Because it was time that we clear the air on a couple of things. Whoa. I hated the Brat Pack for decades. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
We're afraid we were brats, you know?
Andrew?
I mean, I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. There were moments.
We could have. 1985, I think we could have.
Thank you so much for staying with us. ABC News Live as we continue our coverage of the first night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. You have the Lieutenant Governor of California on the stage right now. And joining us now is former Senator and ABC News contributor Heidi Heitkamp and former Trump Communications Advisor Brian Lanza. Thank you both so much for joining us. Let's start with you, Heidi. We're talking about the momentum, really, that Kamala Harris has going into the convention. What do you feel that she's on solid ground about, and what do you think she still has work to do on?
Well, she's going to have a lot of work to do because you can't just build on kind of this change in the, I wouldn't say sugar high, but the kind of momentum that you had. I think you already see it plateauing somewhat. And so she's got to come out. She's got to energize young people, which I think she can do, because young people have been pretty discouraged. They look at a ticket between Joe Biden and President Trump, and they go, you know, they don't look like me. They don't know my problems. They see her, and they really see someone, I think, that they're interested in learning more about. And if she can energize young people, suburban women, I think she's on the way to victory. But that's not a given.
And Brian, same question to you. What do you think is working, and where do you think that she has work to do still when it comes to convincing maybe some of those Nikki Haley supporters or independents who may still be on the fence?
Well, thank you for having me. And, clearly where it's working is not answering any questions, because she doesn't have to answer the various policy changes that she's made over the last 4 to 6 years. And not having to answer that sort of makes her ambiguous and makes her solution for everybody. But you saw on Friday when she rolled out, some of her economic policies, and she talked about, price controls. That sort of drew some criticism from some very liberal newspapers, even drew some criticism from Nancy Pelosi, who said she'd like Kamala Harris to govern from the center. So I think she's benefited a lot from, I'll call it a sugar high of the media sort of pumping up Kamala Harris and the Democrats just being so relieved that it's not Joe Biden on the ticket anymore. But as with all sugar highs, they all crash. And we're starting to see the crash now as she talks more and more about policy, which she can't defend because she's been a part of this administration that has stood by during record inflation, record illegal immigration, 2 wars, and possibly a third. I mean, the world was on fire and it was under their watch.
Heidi, I just want to put his response right to you. You heard him there. He says the sugar high comes first, and then you crash.
I don't believe that. I think that when you look at what she's been able to accomplish so far, I think they thought the steam was going to go out of this momentum a lot earlier, and it hasn't. And I want to just take issue with this idea that she isn't speaking to concerns of the American people. When she's talking about daycare, when she's talking about paid family leave, she's talking about making education affordable, housing affordable. Those are all ideas that she has poll tested. They're true, and they have somebody who's not talking about this at all.
And Brian, Republicans have been very critical of this passing of the torch from Biden to Harris. How do you think that this will play out for voters who think that President Biden was forced out by members of his own party?
Clearly he wasn't. And from my perspective, I love the fact that that primaries don't have to exist at the presidential level anymore. As a political operative, I found primaries to be rather annoying, hard to predict, and a tremendous waste of resources. So I think with the Democrats breaking the seal and canceling out 14 million votes, canceling out a taxpayer-funded primary, I think that sets a precedence for less primaries going forward, not more. And so I think they, passing the torch on things, they've been successful at it, not having to address the 14 million people who voted, the millions of dollars of taxpayers that instituted an election, and Kamala ultimately making 1,800 phone calls to get the nomination. But I think that that sort of ended their argument about threat to democracy. So it cost them a very valuable talking point that they had, but they ultimately got here, and good for her. She unified her party, but by any measurement, it wasn't because 14 million people voted. They vacated 14 million people's votes to get her here.
Heidi, I really do have questions for you, but it's more interesting to get your reaction to Brian, because I see you reacting, shaking your head as he's talking.
I hope Brian encourages the entire Republican Party to only talk about this switcheroo as some kind of threat to democracy, as opposed to something that needed to happen in order to present a candidate that the public wanted to see. And so the more they complain about this, it's just whining. They now have a race between Kamala Harris, who their principal at once upon a time said would be easier to defeat than Joe Biden. So why not be happy about it as Republicans? They know better. They know that Kamala Harris has already surged in the polls. This race, which was in a very dire condition for the Democratic Party, now is dead even, and she has momentum behind her. And so keep complaining, keep talking about it, because it's not going to win you any votes.
Brian, I'll give you 15 seconds. Final word here.
I'm not complaining. You asked the question, but listen. From our standpoint, once the election gets back to the issues that matter, inflation, immigration, and the wars, it's clear that President Trump has the advantage. There's a reason Joe Biden's not on the ballot today, because he wasn't able to success on those particular issues, and Kamala has less ability to sell that, especially with her sort of liberal San Francisco values and these dangerous liberal policies that she helped introduce on Friday.
Brian Lanza, Heidi Heitkamp, we thank you both so much. Good conversation. We appreciate the back and forth. All right, get both perspectives and opinions on here. We appreciate it. And want to go now live to Mallory McMurrow on the stage here in Chicago.
Scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda. They're talking about replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law.
Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow there. And in just minutes, major Democratic names like Hillary Clinton, AOC, and President Biden will take the stage here in Chicago as delegates from across the country cheer on from the convention floor. And that's where we find our Jay O'Brien. Jay, what are you hearing from Democrats on the floor about what they're hoping to hear tonight?
I'm hearing Democrats talk about unity, Linsey. I'm hearing Democrats talk about momentum. We're actually up here in one of the upper decks because we were just chasing Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who was on the VP shortlist. Obviously, Tim Walz ended up being the eventual pick. He didn't speak for long with reporters, but one of the things he did say is that he believes that there is serious momentum behind this campaign. And the phrase he used was, "We're going to win." And that's something that you've heard from Democrats really across this entire convention, is that they believe that Kamala Harris, a candidate who's only been doing this for just about a few weeks on the top of this ticket, and now her new VP pick, Tim Walz, have energized Democrats in a way that, frankly, the Biden-Harris campaign had not done. But one of the questions still facing Democrats, and I've heard Democrats express this concern privately, is will this momentum that we're seeing play out in this convention tonight, frankly, will it hold, even a fraction of it hold, all the way to November? And that's something that, frankly, Democrats don't have a good answer for. There are still divisions in this party over President Biden being pushed off the top of the ticket, over Gaza, over other progressive issues and issues that arise between progressives and moderates. Will those divisions be at least suppressed, if not mended, between now and November? And will the party coalesce in a way that it, frankly, needs to for Kamala Harris to win?
And Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you. We now want to toss it to Senator LaFonza Butler, only the one black female senator currently in the Senate. She, of course, filled the seat vacated by Dianne Feinstein when she passed last year. Also a good friend of Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's take a listen.
And raised in Mississippi Democrats, let everybody hear you. Democrats, before I joined the Senate, I was a leader in the labor movement. So I know a champion for the people when I see one. I met Kamala Harris when she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away. What really impressed me was how well she got to know my family. My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla heard that Miss Kamala was running for president, she asked if she could be vice president. So, no disrespect to Governor Walz, but Nyla put her name in first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common. We both graduated from historically black colleges. Me from Jackson State University. The Vice President from Howard University. We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us. And we both believe that every single one of us has the power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name-calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead.
Senator LaFonza Butler of California, only 45 years old, says she is not seeking another term. Welcome back, everybody, here to Chicago. We're still waiting for the big speech of the night from President Biden at the Democratic National Convention here. Joining us now, ABC News contributor and Democratic strategist, Ms. Donna Brazile, and Republican strategist, Reince Priebus. I want to begin with you, Donna. In particular, what are you looking for? What are you expecting tonight from President Biden's speech?
Well, President Biden has been a very transformational leader. He has transformed our economy. He has transformed how, many of us get our prescription medication. He's lowered the price. He has, essentially tried to ensure that America is strong, is respected again in the world. So what I expect tonight is the president is going to take us back to the first few months in office, and he's going to, again, pass that torch to the next generation, which is Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
And right, so what do you think the Republicans will be looking for in President Biden's speech? Do you think that voters will believe this messaging of unity?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, this is, I think, a pretty tough night for President Biden. He had the presidency, the re-election taken out from under him. It'll be very interesting to see what his tone is, what his attitude is. That's going to be what everyone is going to be analyzing. And the other thing, it's going to be interesting whether or not he talks about why things are so expensive today. Why are gas and groceries so expensive? Why is eggs and meat out of control? Airfare, car insurance, I mean, you name it. It'll be very interesting to see what he says about those issues and whether he owns this economy that's the #1 driver of this election. And then the next thing will be, can Kamala Harris continue this charade of divorcing herself from something that she participated in every single day of the week?
And Reince, just want to follow up on that. Former President Trump continues to blast Democrats for the Democratic platform that still mentions Biden and his second term 20 times. Your reaction to that?
Well, look, I think that there's a lot of blame to go around, and I think that for sure President Biden has a lot to answer for, and he's going to have an opportunity to do that.
And we want to follow up with you on that. Why weren't those changes made to the platform?
First of all, the platform was approved on July 16. It was a very inclusive process. As the chairman knows, every state party, including, the territories, get an opportunity. But this was also an opportunity for us to update the platform. We had many items in the platform that said Biden-Harris. So this was a great opportunity for us to put some things in the platform approved by the committee that would ensure that we're talking about the future, not just what we've done in the past. The American people want to hear a bold vision. They don't want to go back to the mean, nasty insults that we got from former President Trump. They don't want to go back to the economy that only worked for the few. And so we want to make sure that our platform speaks to the future and not the past.
Are there areas in particular that you think that Kamala Harris needs to provide some daylight between her and Joe Biden?
Well, look, absolutely. She has to make sure that she tells the American people what's her vision. The Republicans are really upset that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has created 16 million new jobs. We're not going to divorce ourselves from that. We're not going to divorce ourselves from the manufacturing sector coming back. We're not going to divorce ourselves from the kind of economy that's now providing opportunities. Yes, prices are still high, but you know what? Inflation is cooling. You can go to the grocery store now and buy eggs and potatoes and grits and butter without breaking a sweat. And we got to continue to lower those prices. The Republicans are running on doom and gloom of policies that take us back to the 19th century. And what Kamala Harris is going to outline this week is the policies that will take us into the future.
And Reince, I want to bring you back in here to continue on a conversation that I started earlier with Heidi Heitkamp with regard to many Republicans at the RNC had suggested that Kamala Harris would be easier to beat than Joe Biden. So why does it seem like there's such a concern now for the change and the change of strategy now that Republicans have to adjust so much?
Well, I don't think there's much of a concern. I mean, I sort of agree with Heidi Heitkamp. You know, enough whining about what the Democrats did to Joe Biden. Kamala's going to be the nominee, and she already technically is the nominee. And I think the focus needs to be on Kamala's record. I mean, the real challenge here, and not a partisan statement, the real challenge from a political perspective is making Kamala Harris have to answer for the policies that have caused Americans to shudder at the Biden economy and what's happening on the border and what's happening around the world. I mean, they've got, 150, 60,000 protesters there protesting the Biden situation on the world. I happen to agree that we need a strong Israel, but these are all the things that Kamala has to answer for. And the challenge for Republicans is tying Kamala to the Biden record and making her answer these questions, which she's not doing.
Performance now, if you see that on the stage, Jason Isbell performing his song "Something More Than Free." And Donna, last question to you. You were here when Jesse Jackson took to the stage, didn't utter a word, but raised his hand, blew a kiss to the audience. There were many tearful eyes, young and old, in the building. Tell us what that moment meant.
You know, I'm here tonight because of Jesse Jackson in 1984. I was a floor whip 40 years ago. A floor whip that sought to change this party, to make it stronger, to make it a party where everyone would have a seat at the table. Thanks to Reverend Jesse Jackson and so many others, including Fannie Lou Hammond and Shirley Chisholm and so many, there are seats now for everybody. We're sitting here today and there's a country music singer. There's a chair that looks like me in a country music. This is what America's all about. It's not doom and gloom. It's not insult. It's about lifting people up and giving everybody a helping hand. So this is a very good party, a strong party, and I'm so proud that I came out of the Jackson campaign and worked for Geraldine Ferraro following that historic run in 1984.
Full circle moment for many people in this building. Donna Brazile, Reince Priebus, we thank you both so much as always. One big theme tonight is passing the torch from President Joe Biden to Vice President Kamala Harris. Moments ago, Rachel Scott spoke to Representative Pete Aguilar about just that.
Congressman Aguilar, we so appreciate the time. You could feel the energy here on the floor of the Democratic National Convention. Far from one that I think many Democrats may have pictured months ago, but now President Biden passing this torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. What message are you hoping to hear from President Biden tonight?
Oh, right now, the message from President Biden is let's finish the job. Let's keep working to lower costs for everyday Americans. That's exactly what he's done. It's been the hallmark of his presidency with Vice President Harris. We know that the Harris-Walz ticket is going to continue that, drive down affordability for everyday Americans, reduce home ownership barriers. Those are the things that Californians care about, and those are the things that people across this country care about.
Are Democrats feeling more energized? I know that Democrats have their eyes set on taking back the House.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't be in this hall without feeling that energy and excitement. We're all here for a single purpose, and that is to help make people's lives better. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will do. We are partners with them in that progress. House Democrats stand ready to work with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to get the job done.
Harris has seen a bump in the polls since she got into the race. She's leading about 5 points, according to our ABC News Washington Post poll. What do you want to see her do after this convention ends to continue that momentum forward?
Well, the goal is to continue that momentum, and so that means getting out into battleground districts, battleground states, having conversations with real voters, talking to them about her vision to lower costs for them after November. Once she's sworn in, that's what we know House Democrats are going to be a partner with. We know Kamala Harris is going to make a difference in the care economy, child care, elder care, home affordability. Those are things that everybody in the country wants to see, and that's what Kamala Harris will do.
Thank you, Congressman Aguilar.
All right, thanks to Rachel Scott. And before we turn to our special coverage of the evening, I want to go to our Terry Moran, who's on the floor live. Terry, certainly a big night ahead. Hillary Clinton, Jill Biden, President Biden, all speaking. What do you think their overarching messages are going to be?
I think it's obvious it is a passing of the torch moment for the Democratic Party here with Joe Biden speaking. And this crowd really, many of whom 5-6 weeks ago might have been really frustrated with him, angry. The way he departed from the race, the way the whole party came around and supported Kamala Harris, that has changed what could have been a disastrous situation into what is right now a wave of good feeling in this hall. Look, conventions are always supposed to be happy, but when there are divisions, as there were when Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders ran against each other or other times, you don't feel that. You feel that enthusiasm here. And I think there is a profound affection and respect for Joe Biden in the hall. They know it was a hard decision. Several people have said to me, they understand that that would have been really hard for him to make that decision. But they're very grateful for him that he did, and that his whole life in public service has been like that. And that instantaneous coalescing around Kamala Harris has just lifted this party up. The word I hear again and again is joy. This is a joyous convention here in this hall. And there's one other, obviously, previous Democratic generation trying to bring this party together, because they all know they aren't fooling themselves. Everybody's really happy, but they know this race is going to be tight. It's going to be a fight. And one of the other words that I hear a lot is organize, get out the vote, fight for this election, because you know, we are a 50-50 country. They can feel that. They feel now that they can really have a chance at it, when I think they had many of them given up on Joe Biden, who had previously supported him. They just didn't think he could get the job done. He does, apparently, but they did not. And I think for them here, what you're seeing is really something we've never seen in politics before. A party turn on a dime. The entire party apparatus, the wings of the party, the different coalitions, turning on a dime late in an election cycle to lift up a new candidate and go into the election with Kamala Harris. That's what we're going to hear tonight from them, and they are ready. They're ready to have this night. Lindsay?
Terry Moran, our thanks to you. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Linsey Davis. Our coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues with a special report. David Muir.
Baywatch is a fantasy.
Baywatch was sexy.
Baywatch was the #1 show in the world.
When you hear that theme song,
I had no idea how much fun I was going to have.
It was addicting. People were just eating that stuff alive.
it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Pamela was this sweet girl from Canada who came to get the American dream.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
It was a lot of pressure.
Everybody was disposable, and if you didn't fit into their brand, you were gone.
Greed, lust, fame.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you? I hated the Brat Pack. What a
disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985, I think we could have.
Stéphane Bourgoin was this titan of the true crime industry.
But the story was never consistent.
All these fans were combing through his stuff. His career is built on lies.
It is unfolding in front of us.
Is it dangerous?
I needed to hear what he had to say about it all. Am I about to step into this chamber of horrors?
Now streaming on Hulu. I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi. The new special, what you have not yet seen. John Bon Jovi with Michael Strahan. Now streaming on Hulu. This week on GMA, it's time to get dancing because the first Dancing with the Stars celebrity dancer will be revealed. Who is it? Plus, Jeff Goldblum and Kerry Washington live. And Chris Evert on her fight and recovery from cancer on Good Morning America.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Tonight, ABC News live coverage, the first night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. President Biden taking the stage tonight, saying he is ready to pass the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris in her race for the White House against Donald Trump. The president set to deliver a message about the future of the Democratic Party and America. ABC News live coverage starts right now.
This is an ABC News Live special. The race for president has totally changed.
We are not going back.
Now, Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the Democratic ticket. Her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Can they make their case to voters by taking on former President Trump in the race for the White House? The Democratic National Convention, live from Chicago. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening. You're looking at live pictures right now from the United Center right here in Chicago as that camera moves in on the ABC News booth. Thank you for joining us on this opening night of the Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago. There is no shortage of history being made right here this week. Vice President Kamala Harris, the first black woman, the first Asian American becoming the presidential nominee of a major party here in the U.S. Vice President Harris is here in Chicago tonight. We do expect to see her in the hall this evening. She and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, have already officially cemented the Democratic ticket. Just a short time from now, that same stage will belong to President Biden tonight, and you can expect a very warm reception honoring his more than 50 years of public service. Hard to believe it's been just 29 days after withdrawing from the race. The president will now pass the torch in front of the nation, making his case tonight to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. The president's decision to bow out of the race instantly re-energizing the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz holding several rallies, drawing huge crowds in some of the key battleground states, cities including Philadelphia, Detroit, and Phoenix. And tonight, the new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll, where this presidential race now stands. Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump nationally going into this convention. Harris 49, Trump 45. And Vice President Harris has quickly closed the gap with Donald Trump, especially in key battleground states, including, of course, that key state of Pennsylvania, which both parties consider a must-win state. Outside the convention center this evening, protesters gathering here in Chicago as well, some breaking through a barrier late today. There is word tonight of several arrests, so we'll continue to watch that. With the convention underway, former President Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance are trying to counter-program this convention. They'll be traveling to swing states this week. The former president unleashing a litany of personal attacks against Kamala Harris, while his advisors have been urging him to stay on message, to focus on the economy, inflation, immigration. Today, he did take Harris on her new economic policies. One thing is very clear here this evening in Chicago. This is a much different race than we saw coming out of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. So let's get right in here. I'm with our powerhouse political team, John, Lindsay, Mary, Martha right here. And on the floor, Rachel and Terry recline as well. We have plenty of time over the course of the next couple of hours to check in with everyone. But Linsey, I wanted to start with you on just bigger picture here. Kamala Harris makes history tonight. We also have history being made from President Biden, who decided well into the primary, much further along in the primary than even LBJ if we go back in modern times, and deciding to bow out. And tonight, the boss shows up to pass the torch to the vice president.
So much historical relevance when you look back in particular to 1968, which you gave a nod to. First of all, Chicago was playing host city to the DNC. You had a president that announced that they were not going to be seeking a second term. And you also had mass protests about a war. Sounds familiar, right? But the chant then, the battle cry, the whole world is watching, takes on a very different meaning when you fast forward to 2024. The whole world is watching now, but for a very different reason, as you have this party that's really rallying behind a Black and Asian female for president of the United States. And it's all happened in less than 30 days. If you look back to 1968, the party had so much infighting. There was really chaos. And what is expected, at least through this week, is this really well-produced pageantry, a pageant of sorts. And President Biden, when he ran in 2020, he said he was going to be that bridge candidate. And I think that that's all what we're really going to be bearing witness to this week, especially tonight, as you have the last two nominees for presidential candidates on the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, who are really going to be passing that torch, passing the baton. And so in the end, he really has become this transitional candidate that he promised with regard to race, age, and gender.
Yeah, so much on the line for Joe Biden tonight in cementing legacy, talking about the accomplishments as he sees it of his one term as president. But John Carl, he also needs Kamala Harris to win in November. That would be part of the legacy, and he'll make the case tonight, no matter how bitter members closest to him, the closest aides, family members, that they might have been in those crucial days before the decision was made. No question here tonight, when he stands on that stage, he is fully supportive of his vice president.
I mean, David, on one hand, there is some bitterness still from Biden himself, from members of the family, his inner circle, who don't like the way the Democratic leadership pushed him out of the race, forced a decision on him that he did not want to make. They thought he could have won this race. He could have beaten Donald Trump. There's some bitterness, but put that aside. There is nobody on earth who has more at stake in this election besides Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. He needs her to win. His legacy is on the line. If Donald Trump wins this race, the Biden agenda, all that he accomplished over the last 4 years is essentially erased. Trump will attempt to annihilate all of it, and it will be Joe Biden that is blamed for the loss, for waiting so long to get out, for getting out the way he did, just at the last minute. So he knows to preserve the Biden legacy and all that he's accomplished, and he considers himself a great president, that he needs Kamala Harris to win this election. He's vested entirely.
But just an extraordinary 29 days. And even the president must be somewhat, I don't know if surprise is too strong of a word, but at the momentum he's witnessing with his own vice president. He has stood behind her. He was the first, obviously, to endorse her. It came out right after the tweet to the country, my fellow Americans, when he was deciding to bow out. It was a short time later when he then endorsed wholeheartedly his vice president. But to watch her nationally tie or take the lead against Donald Trump, and more importantly, as we all know, sitting here, it's the key battleground states in the Electoral College. She's now tied or leading Donald Trump in some of these key battlegrounds.
I mean, you've seen a remarkable transition. The polls is only part of the story. Leading now in the national polls, most of them just above the margin of error, within the margin of error, in the key battleground states. But all the money that has flowed into the party, all the volunteers that have stood up and said, I want to help this ticket win. And this convention itself, entirely new level of energy. I mean, you talk to the organizers here, a month ago, they were putting together events. There wasn't that much juice. Now you have demands for everything. This is the hottest ticket in town for any Democrat. Democrats are energized in a way, frankly, that I haven't seen since 2008 when Barack Obama won the nomination.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And Linsey talked about President Biden having said he would be a bridge to the next generation. Mary Bruce, of course, our chief White House correspondent. Before he made the decision to bow out, he was asked during that press conference by a reporter, you said you would be the bridge to the next generation. What happened? And he answered, there were too many major issues. There's too much work left to be done. I will be at some point, but not yet. And then we knew just within a few days he would make the decision. And now tonight, he does make the case, and a very forceful, we're told, a very heartfelt message tonight for his vice president to be the bridge, and to be the bridge right now. We're hearing Beyonce right now come on to begin this 9 o'clock hour, and a video that they're going to present. But tonight is a big night for President Biden, who now is going to take on that role earlier than he thought, to hand this over to the next generation.
And I think about that question. At the time, he had argued he needed a second term to finish the job. Tonight, he is going to argue that to finish the job he started, Kamala Harris now has to be president. This is, though, no question, a bittersweet, difficult, I'm sure in many ways, moment for the president. I mean, imagine just a month ago, 29 days ago, this was supposed to be Joe Biden's convention. He was going to walk on to that stage and accept the nomination. Instead, he is now coming out here tonight to pass that torch. Yes, he is going to tout the accomplishments that he and Harris have achieved together. He's going to argue that she is the future of the party. But he also, has to take the moment to make clear, why he thinks he deserves all of this praise for passing over this torch. Certainly, he's received a lot of praise. This is going to be a warm reception for him, but he didn't exactly have much choice. The party definitely did, put that pressure on him to step aside. So this is going to be an emotional moment and a chance for him to cement his legacy. Of course, this is likely the largest audience he's going to have now as his political career, his 50-plus years in politics, now winds down. His decision to bow out of this race wasn't just about protecting his legacy, though it in many ways defines it. What he is doing tonight will define his legacy, and as John says, carry it forward. The challenge now, how will Kamala Harris grab the baton? How will she run on her record with Joe Biden while also articulating her differences and making this her own? One sign this is very different, that Beyonce song, I'm pretty sure wasn't going to be playing at Joe Biden's convention.
Although he would have taken it. Martha Raddatz, Mary brings up an excellent point. Joe Biden will try to define his legacy, and what the vice president has to do this week is truly define herself to the American people as the top of the ticket.
Exactly, David. And as you know, I drove out here from Washington, D.C., and we went to the battleground states. We went through Pennsylvania, Michigan, and up to Wisconsin to talk to people. And that is something we heard again and again. There was enormous enthusiasm. One Democratic Party leader told me it was like opening the windows and letting in fresh air. But other voters said, even though they were enthused, it's like, but we really want to know more about her. It was almost a sigh of relief, more than enthusiasm in many ways. It was a sigh of relief that Joe Biden had stepped aside and there was someone else to look at and to cheer for, but they definitely needed more information, whether it's foreign affairs, whether it's her economic outlook, which has been criticized since she presented that last Friday, but there is a lot they still want to know.
Well, there she is, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, making history on night one of the Democratic Convention. As we said, the first black woman, the first Asian to be at the top of the ticket for a major party in the United States. An extraordinary 29 days in the political life of Kamala Harris. And over the course of the next 4 nights, she will reintroduce herself to America. She will celebrate.
Good evening, everyone.
Here she goes. We'll talk much more about this on the backside.
To be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation, People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
There you have it. Governor Tim Walz cheering her on, hoping to be her vice president come November. Kamala Harris on night one of the convention making an appearance, talking about one voice. We are moving forward, optimism, and her familiar fighting words, when we fight, we win. Rachel Scott down on the floor. And Rachel, there have been many articles, and I'm sure you've read just about all of them, about the joy, whether you support Kamala Harris or not, the joy she is trying to bring to this campaign.
Yeah, David, and you almost felt it immediately when she let out that laugh, really sort of bringing the joy to the Democratic National Convention, also bringing the enthusiasm, every single person here on their feet, chanting USA, USA. David, thought it was notable, though, that right after she said hello, she also said tonight is about honoring President Joe Biden. In many ways, this is going to be a love letter to President Joe Biden, and a sigh of relief for many here out on the convention floor for the president's decision to step aside in this race. They say that is now bringing a new wave of momentum and enthusiasm to the Democratic ticket, David.
Rachel, were those chants of thank you, Joe?
Chants of thank you, Joe, as Vice President Kamala Harris was saying that she extends her regard to President Joe Biden as well. This is a crowd here that is very deeply appreciated of all that President Biden has done, I'm told, but they're certainly ready for him to pass that torch on to the vice president, David.
All right, Rachel Scott, we'll come back to you often over the course of the next 4 nights. Rachel, thank you. Let's get to the former head of the DNC, ABC News contributor Donna Brazile, back with us for our coverage, not only of the Republican convention, but now the Democratic convention. And Donna Brazile, you are a student of politics. You are deeply involved with the Democratic Party, but can you ever remember in modern times 29 days like this?
Absolutely not. You know, we didn't have a playbook for it, but we did have rules to guide us and to help us with the transition. Look, we knew that if the president decided to step back, that we had in Kamala Harris a proven leader, a tested leader that could help guide the party. It has been a split screen because there was parts of the party that didn't want to proceed with the Biden-Harris ticket, but there was the delegates and many, many others that said, let's go ahead and let's fight. So this is a joyful moment. We're not going to go back, and we're going to go forward, and I'm so glad I just got a sign from the floor. So it looked like I can have fun watching my colleagues on the floor, but also telling the American people the Democratic Party is ready to win. We're ready to deliver for the American people, and we're going to keep on fighting for those same values that Joe Biden has upheld all of his life. Freedom, of course, making sure opportunities available for every American citizen, and ensuring that we're safe and secure.
Is it a bittersweet night, though, Donna, for President Biden?
It's a bittersweet night, no question, for not just President Joe Biden and his family, but for many of us who have been involved in the Democratic Party. Joe Biden has been one of the most consequential leaders in our history, and not only as President of the United States, but his service in the United States Senate, his service as Vice President of the United States. So yes, there's no question that we're going to thank him for his service, but as Joe Biden will tell you, and he's told me he still has 5 months to go, and he's still fighting for the American people. He's fighting for the middle class, and of course, he's fighting for our democracy.
Donna Brazile with us throughout the course of this convention as well. I want to bring in former Chief of Staff to Donald Trump, former head of the RNC, ABC News contributor Reince Priebus, who's also here for our coverage. Reince, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Reince, thanks for being here. I know that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are trying to counter-program this convention. Put your political sort of analyst hat on for just a moment, less the Republican hat. What do you think that Kamala Harris has to do here this week? And as we all know, even though she has significant momentum, the battleground states show that this is still a very, very close race in this country.
Well, I think she's got to start articulating what her positions are going to be to help reverse some of these problems that are plaguing Americans, like inflation, gas, groceries. I think she's going to have to take it head on. I think she's going to have to spell out what her plan is going to be to secure the border, because if you look at all the polling that's going on, yes, she's stopped the hemorrhaging on the Democrat side, and a lot of the polls she's ahead. But like you say, it's really close. The things that are dragging her down are the things that people care about the most. It's not the politics or the political points that people care about. What they care about is their wages and the fact that the government's spending too much money. The people want to keep more of their own money. And Kamala's got to find a way to spell this out for the American people. She's going to keep doing well.
A lot of questions to be asked of her policies. Again, 29 days in, Reince Priebus on the challenges ahead for Kamala Harris, and not only defining herself, but defining her policies. Steve Kerr right there, head coach, U.S. Olympic team, obviously head coach Golden State Warriors too. He's had a good couple of weeks, and he's now here at the Democratic Convention. Let's listen.
Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days, and I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth, our incredible American women, do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right. But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States.
Coach Kerr.
And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Coach Steve Kerr, Golden State Warriors, coming off his Olympic victory, played himself for the Bulls, very connected to Chicago, of course.
Let me tell you folks in Ohio,
gave Coach Walz, Tim Walz, some advice there from his own football coaching days. Said I wanted you to feel like I feel every week of the NBA season. The next focus here inside this convention hall will be on the American worker. President of the UAW, Shawn Fain, about to speak here. I want to go down to the floor one more time, Rachel Scott, because, Rachel, you covered the Republican convention with us as well. Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters, head of the Teamsters, actually spoke at a Republican convention, which was a big deal. It was a powerful speech from him. And then in recent days, Donald Trump making comments that angered him.
Exactly, David. In fact, he called his comments economic terrorism. The former president got a lot of backlash for comments that he made during a conversation with Elon Musk on the platform X, saying that Elon Musk was the greatest cutter of all time. He went on to say that when workers say they were going to strike, they're all gone, implying that he would somehow be comfortable with companies threatening to fire workers if they vow to go on strike. That got a lot of heat from the president of the Teamsters, who spoke at the Republican National Convention. I had a chance to ask the former president about it. He tried to walk it back a little bit, saying that he wants workers to be happy with the companies that they are working at. But it's a stark contrast to the Biden administration. Remember, President Biden was the first president to walk the picket line, and now former President Donald Trump really trying to make inroads with the union workers.
So let's listen to the president of the UAW, Shawn Fain, here to support Vice President Kamala Harris.
All right. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance, two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab. That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here. it's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Shawn Fain, president of the UAW, and Terry Moran down on the floor. Terry, you heard him. He said Donald Trump is all talk. Kamala Harris walks the walk.
And that moment that Shawn Fain spoke about early in this, when President Biden walked the picket line, was a jolt of energy into the union movement. Kamala Harris has that as a gift from Joe Biden as she tries to reach out to the same voters. That strike was a gamble, and Joe Biden walking the picket line helped make it happen.
Let's listen to Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC.
Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and John Carl, she was an ardent supporter of President Biden. She stuck by him in some of those difficult weeks for him.
She is a symbol and a powerful figure in the progressive left of the Democratic Party, and she, and along with Bernie Sanders, stuck right with Biden when a lot of the moderates from the kind of Biden wing of the party actually abandoned him. But you heard right there a very full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris.
She said she hears from her critics go back to bartending, and she says, I'd be proud to go back to bartending. These are hard jobs in America, and she stood there for the working class.
And talking about patriotism, I think that one thing is striking about this convention is the Democratic Party trying to grab back from the Republicans the notion of love of country, of patriotism, freedom, liberty, the themes that Republicans have tried to put front and center since Ronald Reagan. Democrats saying, we are the party of optimism, patriotism, freedom, and liberty.
You also heard her talk about a ceasefire and getting those American hostages out to cheers in this convention hall, Mary.
And we know, of course, that that is something that you are hearing full-throated, support for outside of the convention hall as well. It is an issue, of course, that has been difficult for this administration to tackle. The president trying desperately right now as we speak to get that ceasefire deal finally across the finish line. And it is one of the few areas, David, where we have actually seen a little bit of daylight, at least in the messaging, between the language that we hear from the president on this issue and Kamala Harris. She has been, in many ways, more forceful in her language, speaking about the devastation, the horrific loss of life in Gaza. She's been much more sort of out in front on that, and it will be interesting to see how she evolves on this issue in the coming days and weeks.
Linsey Davis, this week is also about defining herself, and we're about to hear from Kamala Harris's childhood friend and her mother.
Kamala Harris, in her book, The Truths We Hold, she spends a good portion of it talking about her childhood and how her mother was a single mother raising her and her younger daughter, and how a lot of that time then they were going into basically the village that raised her, as she described, family friends who she would call these women aunties. And in particular, we're about to hear from a childhood friend of hers who wrote a book talking about growing up with Kamala Harris. And I think what's so interesting is that people have had to, just in the last 29 days, all of a sudden really get to know who is she, right? And by many stretches, that's about policy. But I think tonight we're going to hear personally from somebody who's known her from the very beginning, from part of that village who raised her.
And this childhood is something that she also talked about in her selection of Tim Walz, saying, the boy from the plains of Nebraska, from a working family, not that different, even though they're regionally fundamentally different from the description of her childhood in Oakland, California, being raised by a single mom who was a working mom. And that's what this friend and this mother will stand here in front of this convention hall and tell the American people who are watching tonight who Kamala Harris is.
I think what's so significant, Sean Fain said it, which was really poignant when he said, she is one of us. She is one of the working class. And I think that, you know, we've heard certainly from Kamala Harris in her own words last week when she was releasing her economic policy, when she talked about if you want to know what a politician cares about, who they care about, look at who they fight for, and really going on to suggest that Donald Trump only fights for the billionaires. I think that a lot of what we're hearing, what we're starting to see in some of these videos is trying to show that staunch daylight to the working people. I am one of you. I will fight for you.
And there's no question, Lindsay, that is the theme of tonight. We heard that from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez a moment ago, and now we will hear them pick up on this theme. Stacey Johnson Batiste and her mother, Doris Johnson, who Lindsay talked about moments ago. She wrote a book about her childhood friendship with Kamala Harris. Now she'll speak to the country.
Good evening. I'm Stacey Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson. We are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Up next here, someone who spoke to the convention 8 years ago as the nominee, Hillary Rodham Clinton. As they introduce her now, returning to the stage, Secretary Clinton. Let's listen.
energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
Secretary Clinton saying the future is here as she throws her support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. Our coverage on the network continues right after this over on ABC.
ABC News live coverage of the Democratic National Convention from
Chicago will continue in a moment.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Let's go. The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead! Tag on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Tonight, the first night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago, the Democratic Party in a show of force for Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton saying 2016 was the honor of her lifetime, but that the future is here. ABC News Live coverage begins right now.
This is an ABC News special. The race for president has totally changed.
We are not going back.
Now, Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the Democratic ticket. Her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Can they make their case to voters by taking on former President Trump in the race for the White House? The Democratic National Convention, live from Chicago. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening from the Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago on this first night of the convention. History unfolding with Vice President Harris here in the United Center. You'll hear from her in a moment. She made her first appearance here tonight. But let's go live right down to the floor. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton speaking to the convention.
Convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us. Our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Quite a moment 8 years later. 8 years after the election of 2016, Martha Raddatz, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, returning to the convention stage, saying, on the other side of the glass ceiling, with all those cracks, I see Kamala Harris raising her hand, taking the oath as the next president of the United States.
And she seemed to have her whole heart and soul in those comments, in what she was saying about Kamala Harris. You have to think that was a hard moment for Hillary Clinton. In so many ways, she was passing the torch. She knew what happened to her 8 years ago. She doesn't want that to happen to Kamala Harris. You know, I spoke to so many voters this week across battleground states. They often talked about Hillary Clinton and the pride they had in a woman like Hillary Clinton running, but they also saw her as a cautionary tale. The enthusiasm, they said, they had for Kamala Harris, they said, but we have to be careful because we watched what happened to Hillary Clinton.
You almost heard that from Secretary Clinton herself, Mary Bruce. She said no matter what the polls say, because she remembers along the way there were moments when she looked very strong up against Donald Trump and, of course, ended up winning by nearly 3 million in the popular vote, but not winning the Electoral College.
Yeah, and what really strikes me there in listening to Hillary Clinton is that she's talking about something that Kamala Harris herself doesn't mention on the campaign trail. The fact that she could now be the first woman president. Perhaps, you know, learning a little bit of that lesson from Hillary Clinton's campaign. You don't hear Kamala Harris out there talking about breaking that glass ceiling, even though she very much could do that. So I think Hillary Clinton here sees perhaps a second chance, a second shot at finally getting a woman into the White House.
Let's take a look at the stage right now. We're watching Congressman Jim Clyburn, who in recent weeks signaled that he would support Kamala Harris if that's the way this went. She's now at the top of the ticket. He changed the fortunes of Joe Biden and tonight hopes to do the same for Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, South Carolina, John Carl, he was so instrumental in getting Joe Biden elected to the presidency during that primary. We remember when it seemed things were not going well for Joe Biden. He turned it around for him.
Look, David, Joe Biden doesn't become president without Jim Clyburn. I mean, Jim Clyburn is the one that made Biden's victory in that Democratic primary possible. Biden came in, what, 4th in Iowa, 5th in New Hampshire. He was done as a candidate, and Clyburn endorsed him in the next primary state up, South Carolina, Clyburn's home state, and it was the endorsement that mattered.
And when all the talk began, would Joe Biden stay in this race, Jim Clyburn was continuously pressed. Will you support Kamala Harris if she's the top of the ticket? He was so careful with how he answered that question, but he would hint that absolutely, if Joe Biden agrees, if this is his idea, I'll be with her. Here he is tonight.
Clyburn was doing two things. He was absolutely standing by Joe Biden, 100%. But even as he was doing that, making clear that if, for whatever reason, Biden would be forced out, Kamala Harris was not just his choice, but the only alternative if Biden were to be out of the race.
Now, 17 minutes past 10 o'clock in the East in prime time. ABC News live coverage of the Democratic National Convention, night number 1 here. We want to bring everybody up to speed at home who might just be joining us for the 10 o'clock hour. Vice President Kamala Harris did appear here for the first time at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. I just want to show you the thunderous applause that she received when she walked into the hall for the first time. There has been much said about how there's Tim Walz, her choice for a running mate. More excited than anybody in the room, perhaps, hoping that she is his future boss, hope that they are elected. That's certainly his hope here in the hall. We'll be hearing from him later in the week. But coming into this convention hall, and the very first thing she did, in addition to smiling and the joy that she brought to the room, a lot has been written about how she hopes to bring joy to this campaign, is she thanked the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Let's listen.
And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President, Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
The chants here in Chicago, thank you, Joe, thank you, Joe. And then this is what the vice president said, and looking up at all the faces here in Chicago. Take a listen.
I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win.
When we fight, we will win. That is her refrain on the campaign trail. We heard it night one of the convention, Linsey Davis, and we'll see her when she gives her speech here Thursday night.
You know, what I'm struck by is there's such a delicate dance by every single person who's gotten up there, who has basically given a nod to Joe Biden, the past and the present, and also then turn the page toward the future. We've heard it basically with every speaker, in particular with Hillary Clinton. She said, first, let's salute President Biden, and now we are writing a new chapter. And with regard to Hillary Clinton in particular, while she was never able to break through that highest, hardest ceiling, in a way, you know, she did normalize the idea for seeing a woman at the top of the ticket. And when you're thinking about the history of this moment, and you and I were discussing earlier the idea of 1968, when the protesters were chanting, "The whole world is watching." Fast forward 56 years later, the whole world is still watching here in Chicago, but for a much different reason, as you have the Democratic Party rallying behind the first Black and Asian woman for President of the United States.
In many ways, a very unified Democratic Party. They've stolen some rules from the Republican playbook and how unified they have been from the moment President Biden decided to bow out of this race. You talk about Hillary Clinton, in many ways normalizing to have a woman at the top of the ticket. The applause in this room, she had to wait a long time before she could actually start talking here tonight.
I don't think she minded.
Yeah, I don't think she did either. It was 8 years in the making, waiting to come back, and she did here tonight. Jamie Raskin, Congressman Jamie Raskin's on the floor. He said, welcome to the Future of Democracy Convention. Let's just dip in for a moment and hear what he's saying.
Raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women. Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right, we're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls. And we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, Maryland, of course, four-term congressman, member of the House Committee investigating January 6th, making a case for the Constitution, for democracy moving forward, and making the case for Kamala Harris. Let's go down to the floor, Terry Moran, and the energy on this night one of the convention, a night of thanking President Biden, and of passing the torch. We're going to be hearing from President Biden here shortly. We heard from Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, former First Lady, former Senator, of course. This is quite a symbolic night here in the hall.
No question about it, David. This is a night of passing the torch, and it's the emotions on the floor after the tumultuous several weeks. You know, the two words that you hear again and again offered to you voluntarily by delegates, joy and fight. And they are overjoyed. What this party has gone through, it seemed almost impossible. It could have gone sideways really fast. They had a crisis. They pushed their candidate out, who also happens to be the President of the United States, turned on a dime, coalesced around the new candidate, and feel carried on that energy. The degree of difficulty of that is extraordinary. Divided parties lose. They're coming together here, and you can feel that joy, feel that determination to fight.
Let's dip back into the stage. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas. Terry, thank you. Comparing what she believes are two very different resumes of the candidates.
Well, he became a career criminal with 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all. He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say. I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials, but what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I missed that. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best: "There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it." Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together, we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
Resounding applause here in the hall for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas, who told a personal story that I hadn't heard before during a visit to the Vice President's residence outside Washington. She said that in approaching the Vice President for a photograph, that Kamala Harris said, "What's wrong?" And she said, we had never met before. I hadn't shared with her anything, and she could see right through me, in her words.
I think that so much of the world knows, or this country in particular, knows Kamala Harris, the district attorney, the prosecutor, the attorney general, but they don't have a sense of that, as her stepkids call her, that mamala, right? That caretaker. And so I think for her to tell that personal story, we got beyond maybe the politician or that public persona of what she's like when no one's looking. And for Congresswoman Crockett to actually tear up herself, I think that is the intent of tonight. I think so far they're starting to deliver on that, is personifying Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris, who is she as nurturer? And many people have described that, and now they're doing it in a very public way here in front of the nation tonight. I want to go down to the floor, Rachel Scott down to the floor, because Rachel, you have covered reproductive rights as an issue this presidential campaign, and this is where they're making a turn here tonight. We're about to hear from women across this country who have been affected in a post-Roe America.
Exactly, David. And Vice President Kamala Harris has been the leading voice on the issue of reproductive rights. And so tonight, Democrats using their platform, their biggest platform yet of the year, to bring this issue front and center. You're going to hear from women in just a few moments here who will paint a picture of what is playing out across the country in the 22 states that have banned or severely restricted access to abortion. David, I've had a chance to talk to a few of these women. Amanda Zarowski, who was denied an emergency abortion. She ended up getting sepsis. Caitlin Joshua as well. They keep mentioning this all comes down to freedom of choosing.
Let's listen to Caitlin Joshua and her husband, Landon.
100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Two years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now, I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others. Governor Andy Beshear.
Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky. He was considered on the short list for potential running mates for Kamala Harris, a rare Democrat governor in the South, winning re-election in his state and campaigning on abortion rights for women in his state, a deeply red state, and winning. Governor Andy Beshear.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky, John Carl, he's had quite a few weeks in the national spotlight. Known in the South and known after natural disasters, we've covered him and how he's handled it. But he's had a front row seat here, and the country has to him as well as a potential running mate for her for a time.
And just think what he's accomplished. Kentucky's a state that Donald Trump won in 2016 by about 30 points. He won it again in 2020 by more than 25 points. Beshear elected twice, and as you heard, re-elected with a 5-point commanding victory.
2 elections for Raphael Warnock as well in Georgia. The senator from Georgia, of course, a key battleground.
Hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill, capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith. And keep looking up.
Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia. Georgia Senator won that key swing state twice in just a short period of time. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, good friend of President Biden's, occupies the seat that then Senator Biden had for many years, Mary.
He is one of his closest friends. We saw him emotional in the days after Joe Biden decided to bow out. This is a difficult moment for him.
Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: you are defined by your courage and you are redeemed by your loyalty. 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, very emotional in the days following President Biden's decision to bow out of the race. The president behind that stage, ready to come out and speak to what he believes are his accomplishments of his term as president. Now there is a video playing telling the story of Dr. Jill Biden, of course married to the president for 47 years, raised 2 sons with him from his first marriage. Of course, that ended tragically when his wife was in a car accident, losing his wife and their baby. Married 47 years. They have a daughter, Ashley, together. She raised Hunter and Beau as their own sons, and she was right by the president's side. John Carl, she was at Camp David after that very difficult debate when they still didn't know how they would proceed, whether or not the president would stay in the race or not. She has said publicly that I would have supported either decision that the president made, but that it was his decision to make.
And that was the family position. Look, in this moment where all this pressure came to bear on Joe Biden from his own party, people saying he needed to get out of the race, the inner circle became the family, the Biden family, his daughter, his son, his wife, and a very small group of aides. And there she is. She was perhaps more important than any other person, but she was not, as some reported, saying he had to stay in. She was saying, I support you no matter what you decide.
I stand by you no matter what the decision is. Let's listen to the First Lady, Jill Biden. course, was in the Oval Office when her husband addressed the nation. Now she stands here tonight for her husband and for Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
The First Lady, Jill Biden, speaking about her husband, saying they've been married almost 50 years and that there are still times, she says, when she falls in love with him all over again, talking about those poignant moments along the way, handing him their baby Ashley
Please welcome
to
first
his
daughter,
painstaking
Ashley
decision just a
Biden.
couple of weeks back to decide to bow out of the race. Here is that baby, by the way, all these years later, Ashley Biden now coming to the podium to introduce her father for what will be one of his probably final speeches to an audience of this size. Let's listen to Ashley.
I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Beau to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Beau is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Beau passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Ashley Biden with a very heartfelt introduction, saying her father is still her best friend after all these years. Embracing her father. And tears from the president. Mary, you cover this family, you cover the White House. It's impossible to overstate what they must have been through these last 4 weeks.
This is an incredibly emotional and bittersweet moment for this family. I just keep thinking, David, a month ago, the president thought he was going to walk out onto this stage at his own convention. Now he is here to turn over that baton, to pass the torch and begin winding down his own 50-year-plus career in politics. He is going to, of course, make clear that he now thinks Kamala Harris is the future of this party. He's going to try and cement his legacy. A big part of that, of course, is now making sure that Kamala Harris is elected the next president of the United States.
An extraordinary reception here in the United Center in Chicago for President Biden. Again, even a month and a half ago, they were preparing for a Biden convention, John Carl. He's now here tonight for Kamala Harris.
And you heard Mary say it. His legacy depends on Kamala Harris winning this election.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. For as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, 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 boom. Y'all will know me. No, not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you, are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts in new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming a nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up, and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, oh, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9. All the factors, all those chemical factors are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. Want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, but both thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the senator from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And it makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do. More children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his MAGA Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation. But I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness as a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim president and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased our taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is, and always has been, a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Walsh has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart, when my days are through, America, America, I gave my best to you. I made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this in the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Quite a night, and what a way to end. Night one of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. President Biden speaking to this convention hall and speaking to the nation. The First Lady behind him there. He said earlier in the evening his heart still beats a little faster when she comes down the stairs. And there you see the message of the evening. Thank you, Joe. The First Lady waving to the crowd. He pledged to be the best volunteer the Harris Walls campaign has ever seen. In talking about Kamala Harris, he said, you know, like many of our best presidents, they start as vice president. A little nod to himself there and a twinkle in his eye. He talked about democracy at length in this speech. And there you have it. The vice president greeting the president. Doug Emhoff, second gentleman with the First Lady. I believe she said, I love you, Joe. The vice president to the president just there, reading her lips. And she couldn't have asked for a more sincere endorsement, fulsome endorsement tonight, Mary.
A full-throated endorsement. And this was a classic Joe Biden speech, David. I mean, in many ways, it did feel like a lot of the speeches he's been delivering out on the trail in recent weeks, ticking through his accomplishments, but now arguing that it is Kamala Harris, not him, who is best suited to finish this job and take on Trump. Biden saying, I love my job, but I love my country more. And this certainly could not have been easy. You see him there soaking in this moment, well aware that in many ways, that was his swan song, ending with that quote, America, I gave you my best.
For 50 years, I gave you my best. And Mary, you're so right. He said, I love my job. But Martha, he said, I love my country more, to applause in this convention hall.
He did indeed. And I have to say, I was struck by the fact this was such an emotional speech for Joe Biden, but he really didn't show any emotion. He was powerful in his campaigning, basically, for Kamala Harris. And really the most important thing he did tonight is what we have been talking about all night. For the Democratic Party, what he did that was so important is pass that torch, is give that fulsome endorsement to Kamala Harris and speak about optimism. And you see that optimism on that stage tonight. That is the message they wanted to deliver for Kamala Harris tonight and the kind of president they believe she would be.
Over and over again, Linsey, in the hall, that chant, thank you, Joe. And he would interrupt them and he would say, thank you, Kamala.
This is a moment that he never actually had for himself as a presidential nominee. When you think about the convention in 2020, really at the height of COVID, most of it was virtual and sparsely attended. And so this was truly meaningful. While I think that he needed also that thank you from the crowd, he realized that he is that transitional candidate that he promised, that he pledged when he ran in 2020, that he was going to be that bridge. And what a way to pass that torch when it comes to race, when it comes to age, and when it comes to gender.
Very proud, as you mentioned, on issues of race, issues of immigration, crime, education, infrastructure, climate change. He listed them all in what he believes are significant accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, John, and proud of his record. And he got that chance tonight in front of the nation to make the case.
He felt a need. I think this is a valedictory. This will probably be the last major political speech of Joe Biden's life. And he said that in that kind of wind-up at the end where he was quoting the poem saying, America, I gave my best to you. He felt a need to tick through a lot of it in a lot of detail. I think one of the most important lines of the speech as we go forward is when he said, the best decision I have made in my career was picking Kamala Harris as my vice president. If she wins, that may well be true.
And as you said before, John, that's going to be a big part of his legacy is the outcome of this November election. Let's go down to the floor. Rachel Scott, the energy on the floor tonight.
Well, David, I can tell you right now, I am watching people wipe tears from their eyes. It was emotional for President Biden. It was emotional for people who were here as well. The president ending his campaign essentially in the way that he started it, saying that democracy is at stake. And David, you pointed out that moment. You had thousands of people shouting here, "Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe." They were holding up those signs. And as he interrupted to say, "Thank you, Kamala," many in this crowd repeating those words right back to him, David.
Rachel, thank you. Terry Moran, you know, when he said that line, Terry, I gave my best to you in so many words, this country for 50 years. And you could actually see Kamala Harris and Governor Walz and the look on Governor Walz's face truly moved that, first of all, he's on this ticket, this next Democratic ticket, and listening to President Biden on that stage go over his own record and his devotion to his country, saying, I love my job, but I love my country more.
You know, it was remarkable, David. It was part of what took place on this floor tonight. Almost a family drama, right? One generation giving way to another. And when Kamala Harris came out, this eruption of enthusiasm and joy that the Democratic Party has found in her candidacy. But then with Joe Biden essentially saying goodbye to this party he's served for more than half a century. Those signs that they were holding up, "We love you, Joe," I think a lot of people were discovering just how much.
Terry Moran on the floor for us tonight. Terry, thank you. Donna Brazil, longtime Democratic strategist, ABC News analyst. Donna, going into the night, you said this would be a bittersweet but powerful night for President Biden.
You know, David, it wasn't a farewell address. I felt it was a call to action, not from my generation, but my nieces, my nephews, the little ones who still need a champion and a fighter. Joe Biden is a perfect example of what it means to be a public servant in America. He's given all of his life to lifting up people and to try to make this a better country and a better world. So thank you, Joe. I'm like most Democrats and most Americans. Thank you, Joe, for your service.
Donna Brazil with us tonight as well. Donna, thank you as always. Tomorrow night, night 2 of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. We're expecting to hear from former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, among the other names. And our entire team will be right here for you tomorrow night. I'm David Muir. From all of us here at ABC News, thank you for watching Nightline and Good Morning America, coming your way tonight and first thing in the morning. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow night. Good night.
Baywatch is a fantasy. Baywatch was sexy. Baywatch was the #1 show in the world. When you hear that theme song,
I had no idea how much fun I was going to have.
It was addicting. People were just eating that stuff alive.
it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Pamela was the sweet girl from Canada who came to get the American dream.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
It was a lot of pressure.
Everybody was disposable, and if you didn't fit into their brand, you were gone. Greed, lust, fame.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
Let's go. The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a
disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985, I think we could have.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carrying it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Tonight, ABC News live coverage, the first night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. President Biden taking the stage tonight, saying he is ready to pass the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris in her race for the White House against Donald Trump. The president set to deliver a message about the future of the Democratic Party and America. ABC News live coverage starts right now.
This is an ABC News Live special. The race for president has totally changed.
We are not going back.
Now, Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the Democratic ticket. Her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Can they make their case to voters by taking on former President Trump in the race for the White House? The Democratic National Convention, live from Chicago. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening. You're looking at live pictures right now from the United Center right here in Chicago as that camera moves in on the ABC News booth. Thank you for joining us on this opening night of the Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago. There is no shortage of history being made right here this week. Vice President Kamala Harris, the first black woman, the first Asian American becoming the presidential nominee of a major party here in the U.S. Vice President Harris is here in Chicago tonight. We do expect to see her in the hall this evening. She and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, have already officially cemented the Democratic ticket. Just a short time from now, that same stage will belong to President Biden tonight, and you can expect a very warm reception honoring his more than 50 years of public service. Hard to believe it's been just 29 days after withdrawing from the race. The president will now pass the torch in front of the nation, making his case tonight to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. The president's decision to bow out of the race instantly re-energizing the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz holding several rallies, drawing huge crowds in some of the key battleground states, cities including Philadelphia, Detroit, and Phoenix. And tonight, the new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll, where this presidential race now stands. Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump nationally going into this convention. Harris 49, Trump 45. And Vice President Harris has quickly closed the gap with Donald Trump, especially in key battleground states, including, of course, that key state of Pennsylvania, which both parties consider a must-win state. Outside the convention center this evening, protesters gathering here in Chicago as well, some breaking through a barrier late today. There is word tonight of several arrests, so we'll continue to watch that. With the convention underway, former President Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance are trying to counter-program this convention. They'll be traveling to swing states this week. The former president unleashing a litany of personal attacks against Kamala Harris, while his advisors have been urging him to stay on message, to focus on the economy, inflation, immigration. Today, he did take Harris on her new economic policies. One thing is very clear here this evening in Chicago. This is a much different race than we saw coming out of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. So let's get right in here. I'm with our powerhouse political team, John, Linsey, Mary, Martha right here. And on the floor, Rachel and Terry recline as well. We have plenty of time over the course of the next couple of hours to check in with everyone. But Linsey, I wanted to start with you on just bigger picture here. Kamala Harris makes history tonight. We also have history being made from President Biden, who decided well into the primary, much further along in the primary than even LBJ, if we go back in modern times, in deciding to bow out. And tonight, the boss shows up to pass the torch to the vice president.
So much historical relevance when you look back in particular to 1968, which you gave a nod to. First of all, Chicago was playing host city committee to the DNC. You had a president that announced that they were not going to be seeking a second term. And you also had mass protests about a war. Sounds familiar, right? But the chant then, the battle cry, the whole world is watching, takes on a very different meaning when you fast forward to 2024. The whole world is watching now, but for a very different reason, as you have this party that's really rallying behind a Black and Asian female for President of the United States. And it's all happened in less than 30 days. If you look back to 1968, the party had so much infighting. There was really chaos. And what is expected, at least through this week, is this really well-produced pageantry, a pageant of sorts. And President Biden, when he ran in 2020, he said he was going to be that bridge candidate. And I think that that's all what we're really going to be bearing witness to this week, especially tonight, as you have the last two nominees for presidential candidates on the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, who are really going to be passing that torch, passing the baton. And so in the end, he really has become this transitional candidate that he promised with regard to race, age, and gender.
Yeah, so much on the line for Joe Biden tonight in cementing legacy, talking about the accomplishments as he sees it of his one term as president. But John Carl, he also needs Kamala Harris to win in November. That would be part of the legacy, and he'll make the case tonight, no matter how bitter members closest to him, the closest aides, family members, that they might have been in those crucial days before the decision was made. No question here tonight, when he stands on that stage, he is fully supportive of his vice president.
I mean, David, on one hand, there is some bitterness still from Biden himself, from members of the family, his inner circle, who don't like the way the Democratic leadership pushed him out of the race, forced a decision on him that he did not want to make. They thought he could have won this race. He could have beaten Donald Trump. There's some bitterness, but put that aside. There is nobody on earth who has more at stake in this election besides Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. He needs her to win. His legacy is on the line. If Donald Trump wins this race, the Biden agenda, all that he accomplished over the last 4 years is essentially erased. Trump will attempt to annihilate all of it, and it will be Joe Biden that is blamed for the loss, for waiting so long to get out, for getting out the way he did, just at the last minute. So he knows to preserve the Biden legacy and all that he's accomplished, and he considers himself a great president, that he needs Kamala Harris to win this election. He's vested entirely.
But just an extraordinary 29 days. And even the president must be somewhat, I don't know if surprise is too strong of a word, but at the momentum he's witnessing with his own vice president. He has stood behind her. He was the first, obviously, to endorse her. It came out right after the tweet to the country, my fellow Americans, when he was deciding to bow out. It was a short time later when he then endorsed wholeheartedly his vice president. But to watch her nationally tie or take the lead against Donald Trump, and more importantly, as we all know, sitting here, it's the key battleground states in the Electoral College. She's now tied or leading Donald Trump in some of these key battlegrounds.
I mean, you've seen a remarkable transition. The polls is only part of the story. Leading now in the national polls, most of them just above the margin of error, within the margin of error, in the key battleground states. But all the money that has flowed into the party, all the volunteers that have stood up and said, I want to help this ticket win. And this convention itself, entirely new level of energy. I mean, you talk to the organizers here, a month ago, they were putting together events. There wasn't that much juice. Now you have demands for everything. This is the hottest ticket in town for any Democrat. Democrats are energized in a way, frankly, that I haven't seen since 2008 when Barack Obama won the nomination.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And Linsey talked about President Biden having said he would be a bridge to the next generation.